Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's the way we start the National Western here in the Stadium Arena each and every morning. Over on the Red Angus side of our show ring, as we get set for the National Red Angus Open Show, our judge is Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. Tell you more about him as we move through our show. Over on the other side, we've got our National Gelbvieh and Balancer Show, our judge Kyle Perez of Nueva Vista, New Mexico. Once again, we'll tell you more about Mr. Perez as we get started. For our Red Angus side of the show ring, our first class will be Class 101 May Heifer calves. These will be animals born June 23rd through May 1st, 2019. Class 101 will be our first class coming in the ring, 101, with our judge Eldon Krebs, Gordon, Nebraska. Over on the Gelbvieh side, Gelbvieh females, our first class will be a single entry. It'll be class number 1, spring heifer calves, born May 2nd, 2019. Single entry with our judge, Kyle Perez of Nueva Vista, New Mexico. Kyle's a graduate of Kansas State. Grew up on a registered Hereford and commercial cow-calf operation. Currently ranches with his family in Nueva Vista. They run a registered Hereford and Angus operation along with running a commercial cow herd and recipient calf raiser program. His favorite part about the livestock industry is the people. So that's his favorite, along with the ability of producers to continue to improve the quality of cattle. He has the best wife, he says, and friend in the world. Her name is Tanya. They're blessed with 2 kids, Peyton and Libby. Our judge once again for the Gelbvieh show, Kyle Perez, Nueva Vista, New Mexico. Back over the Red Angus side, our judge is Eldon Krebs, once again from Gordon, Nebraska. A graduate of University of Nebraska, he grew up on a commercial ranch that raised mainly Hereford cows. Along with his family, they run in northwest Nebraska. They raise Angus seed stock, but also maintain a Sim Angus herd as well. Once again, our judge from Gordon, Nebraska on the Red Angus side, Eldon Krebs. Once again, as we wait our animals into the ring, our first class on the Red Angus sign will be Class 101 May Heifer calves, born June 23rd through May 1st, 2019, with our judge Eldon Krebs, Gordon, Nebraska. That's on my right. The Gelbvieh show with our judge Kyle Perez of Nueva Vista, New Mexico, a single entry Class 1 Spring Gelbvieh Heifer calf. That one born May 2nd, 2019. If you have friends or family around the state, nation, or globe who'd like to watch our shows in the State Arena or any of the livestock shows here at the National Western, just text or email them nationalwestern.com. They can watch online for free. nationalwestern.com. Also like to take a moment to thank our Stadium Arena sponsors. They include Weaver Leather. Weaver Leather is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their trailer on the hill to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver Leather is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock. They'll have educational clinics here at the National Western, and they've got tons of innovative products as well. Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972, our other sponsor. Now, one of the largest and most stable construction companies in the state, Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit www.saundersinc.com for more information on career opportunities. Also like to thank John Deere, the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer, and remember, nothing runs like a deer. Visit them right now for great deals. And folks, if you get that urge for some great food while you're here at the National Western, don't forget the South Food Court, where you'll find mouth-watering ribs at Big Bubba's Bad Barbecue, everything garlic at Garlicki's, and juicy hamburgers with all the fixins at Good Old Burger. Great service and great food. And a new sponsor this year is the Colorado Farm Show, proud to support the National Western, and they invite you to attend the 56th Colorado Farm Show, coming up at the end of the month, January 28th, 29th, and 30th, at Island Grove Regional Park in Greeley. If you eat it, drink it, or wear it, agriculture produced it. It's this year's theme. The Colorado Farm Show brochures are available ringside, or you can come up and get one at the announcer's stand. Complete details are online at coloradofarmshow.com.
Well, single entry on the Gelbvieh side, and good morning, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be here, and a good heifer to win this particular class. Heifer that's really strong, a heifer that's very high performing. You see it in terms of her length of side, the stoutness that she has. She's a big topped heifer. She's got some width from behind. Again, heifer that's got a lot of length, a lot of performance, and a lot of stoutness.
Over on the Gelbvieh side, here's results on Class Number 1, Spring Gelbvieh Heifer Calf. First place, 33.78, Hilltop Farms, Benny McWilliams, Asbury, Missouri. Up next, the ring with our judge Kyle Perez of Nueva Vista, New Mexico, will be Class Number 2, Spring Gelbvieh Heifer Calf, born April 1st through April 30th, 2019.
Well, good morning, and nice to see a lot of people got up early to watch our Red Angus show here. And Happy New Year to everybody. Our first class of Red Angus females, they're just babies. May and June heifers. We're going to start off with a big old square made kind of a heifer. Love the hip structure on her from hooks to pins, the way it ties down into that lower quarter. Your young lady does an excellent job keeping this heifer collected all the time. I'd like to maybe tone her down in her maturity right now a little bit. I'd like to see her maybe a little more youthful looking at this age for just being a May heifer, but big old square made kind of a heifer that I think definitely has to start the class with. Really like the second heifer. Very clean in her condition as a baby, has a great future, got some extension up in that front end. Also, I'll talk a lot about hip structure and hind leg structure. This heifer sure has that structure to her. Has enough middle for me. Big top kind of a heifer. Today she fell in the second hole very easy. Next, third heifer gets a little different. A little tighter muscled kind of a heifer. That gets a little more restricted maybe in her fluid movement compared to the top two heifers of the class. Where I really appreciate this heifer is the natural thickness she has throughout her skeletal makeup, and just a really stout made kind of a female. Fourth heifer, really a long-sided kind of heifer. Not showing the best out here today, but tends to roach up in that top a little bit, and the movement and stuff. And I just like to level her out and just see her relax a little more. Next heifer, really one of the babies in the class. A heifer that's got some femininity, love the shape of her skull, love the shape of the top, the way it turns down over that rib. Really nice when you view from the rear right through the center of that quarter. Maybe not lacking a little bone today to compete with the top heifers, but just a really nice package that's very complete, very balanced up. Then we go into a heifer, gets a little shorter in the hip structure, a little more restricted in her movement, a little finer bone heifer. Sure's got some nice shape to that rib, got some extension up that front end. Just like to pull her out a little bit in some places. Then we're going to round out the class with a heifer that lacking the bone I like to see, lacking the movement. She's a little restricted on the movement on them hind legs, just go higher. But really nice class to start off our Red Angus show.
Excuse me. On the Gelbvieh side, really good class. 5 heifers, and all of them certainly have a lot of quality to them. Very good heifer to lead off of the class. To me, her class advantage is their elegance and her style. It all starts up in her front end. You get around and look at these 2 heifers in their front end. This heifer's a lot more correct in the angle to her shoulder. She gets her neck up more correctly out of the top side of her shoulder. She's more attractive up about that head and neck, and she's truer in the way that she sets down those front 2. From there back, she's just the longer-sided heifer, again, that's very elegant, very ladylike in terms of her muscle design and overall stoutness. Again, one that's sound in terms of structure. Really like the heifer here in second as well. Maybe a little more moderate in terms of frame size, and I don't hold that against her. A heifer that's got some capacity to her. She's got some width and substance to her center body. Again, you get right in front of this heifer. She's not quite as true as a heifer that leads off the class. Again, maybe like to change the way that neck comes out of the top side of that shoulder ever so slightly. But again, a good heifer to stand second. Her distinct advantage is this width and stoutness of bone and depth of flank compared to the heifer in third. The heifer in third, I do like this heifer in terms of her performance, her length of side. Again, maybe not quite as soft in that mid-rib and down to that flank as the heifer that goes ahead of her. Maybe like to stouten her off those hind 2 if we could. In between 4 and 5, the pair of red heifers here, I like the heifer in fourth. I just see her a little sounder structured, especially when you study the angle of that shoulder and the way she reaches out of that front end and hits that track from behind. Just sounder in the total overall design. A heifer that rounds out the class, again, a big-bodied heifer, a heifer that's got some muscle and some top to her. Again, this maybe like to change her angles into that shoulder and like to see her reach out with a little more flex and ease out of that hip and hock.
Catch you up on results here on both sides. Let's stick with the Gelbvieh. Class 2, here's the finishings. Class 2, first place, 32-13. Green Hills, Gelbvieh, Mount Ula, North Carolina. Second, 34-27, Severson, Land and Cattle, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. Third, 3412, that number changed from 3433 in your programs. That's 3412 is third. Royal Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. And in fourth, 3215, Brooke Cooper, Burdett, Kansas. And in fifth, 3428, Severson Land and Cattle, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. And your programs, the placings are 5, 4, 2, 3, 1. In the ring will be Class 3 Spring Gelbvieh Heifer Calf, born March 1st through March 31st, 2019. After this class, our first division championship. Over on the Red Angus side, in the ring at this time is Class 102 April Heifer Calves. These born April 3rd through April 28th, 2019. Here are the results on Class 101 May Heifer Calves. First place, 50-20, 6 Mile Red Angus Limited, Fir Mountain, Saskatchewan, Canada. Second, 50-27, TC Reds, Ringo, Wisconsin. Third, 50-29, Tate Lind Livestock, Rushford, Minnesota. And fourth, 50-21, JCL Red Angus and Full Day Enterprise, Welch, Oklahoma. In fifth, 50-31, McMurphy Farms, Alva, Oklahoma. Sixth, 50-28, Thomas Ranch, Herald, South Dakota. Seventh, 50-36, Caleb Bolden, Bennett, Colorado. In your programs of placings, there for Class 101 in the Red Angus, 5-7 scratch, 3-2-6 scratch, 1-4. Once again in the ring, Class 102 April Heifer Calves with our judge Eldon Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. And over on the Gelbvieh side, Class 3, our judge Kyle Perez, Nara Vista, New Mexico. Just a quick reminder, the official livestock photographer for the National Western is Show Champions. Check out the pictures taken in the ring and at the backdrop online, and purchase pictures at showchampions.com.
for our Red Angus show, I think we have an exceptional set of April heifer calves here, all born in the same month, and got some really nice EPD profiles on some of these heifers that are sure adequate. You know, my concern of EPDs and show cattle, first off, I want the right one. Next one, I think EPDs are just a tool on maybe a small deciding factor of them. But I really like these 4 April heifers. I pulled them out just in the way they come in the ring, and I wanted to take another look at them. But the heifer we're going to start with is adequate in her frame, big old deep-sided, sure got enough Springer rib, love the hip and hind leg structure again. If I was going to change this heifer a little bit, I'd like to see her a little stronger in that 4 rib, right through that heart girth. But what a nice breeding package she is, the soundness she has, the fluid of movement she has. Heifer I really like starting the class with. Second heifer I'll grant, a little different kind, a little longer spine kind of a female, a little flatter up maybe in that shoulder and in that lower quarter than the heifer winning the class. But here's what looks like a brood cow to me. Very feminine up through that head. I love the head structure, love the neck junction into that shoulder. A female, I think, could just get better all the time. Third heifer, nice hip heifer again. Goes into that hind leg, reaches with that hind leg like I see. Sure got enough extension. Gives up a little mass, maybe body mass as compared to the top 2 heifers today, but here's a dang nice heifer that'll be a dang good cow. Fourth heifer gets a little tighter in that muscle for me. Tends to drop in them pin area a little bit compared to the heifers on top. Maybe a little different structure up in that shoulder a little bit. But here again, she's got the balance, the bone. I love the foot under this heifer. I think 4 really good heifers in this class. Then as we get down, we're going to lose a little performance in the next heifer. A heifer that gets a little maybe different structured in that shoulder than I like to see. Got it peeled down there pretty tight. Maybe it's laying in there a little different than it could be, but here again, she's got the level as the top, the length of spine, a heifer that's very fluid on her movement. Just again, another good April heifer. Next heifer in class coming around here gets a little short in that hip structure, maybe gets a little lighter bone kind of a female, maybe a little smaller footed than some of the females in the class. But again, hooks to pins down into that lower quarter. You really have to admire. She's another heifer that gets a little weak up in that heart compared to some of them in the class. Next heifer gets a little plainer headed kind of a female. Female, I'd like to refine that head up a little bit and maybe give it a little more, change it up through that jaw a little bit. But a heifer that gets a little maybe larger frame, got a little more cannon under her, got a little more length in them joints than the heifers above her. But again, very sound kind of a made heifer. Heifer maybe tracking away from me here right now, don't have quite the base under her. Then we get into a real strong made kind of a female that's carrying too much shoulder for me. I like to straighten her out in that shoulder a little bit, maybe change her on them pasterns a little bit, but you do have to admire about her stoutness about her. Heifer that's going to round out the class with probably the greenest heifer in class, but a heifer that also gives up some length of hip, gets a little tighter in that flank for me, a little flatter in that rib to go higher today. Thank you. Really, again, a really nice class of April heifers.
On the Gelbvieh side, this super competitive class, especially in these top 2 heifers, but good cattle from there on down, but really intriguing pair of heifers at the start of the class, and it's personal preference, and I'll try to describe to you the way I see the cattle and the way I see them fit. The advantages of the heifer that wins the class over the one in second is total length, and it's length of side, length of hip, length of front end. She's just longer from nose to tail. With that, I see her as a little more elegant when I study her from her 4 rib forward. Her attractiveness about her head, the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder, and the way you analyze her down to her chest. From there back, like I said, she's the longer-sided heifer of the pair, but when you look from the center body cavity, I see a little more lower rib shape in this heifer than I do in the one in second. And when you get them in motion, she's probably maintains that top line a little more correctly. She's probably a little leveler from hooks to pins naturally. The heifer in second is awfully good. She's big-bodied, she's broody, she's very sound in terms of her structure. You like that about her. A heifer, again, maybe not quite as extended in terms of length of neck as the heifer that leads off the class. At times, she maybe wants to get up in her top a little bit, maybe drop her pins a little bit. Those are the big differences that separate that pair to me. I just see a little more balanced look in the one that leads off the class. But again, a very problem-free, very functional, very good one that's in second. Really powerful, massive designed heifer in third. You like her shape, you like her top, the power she has in her hip, the stoutness of structure that she has. Again, maybe not quite the balance as the two cattle that go directly ahead of her, but certainly a stout-made heifer that's very powerful. Again, a little more elegant heifer that comes next. You like her refinement, you like her length of side. Again, this like to soften her up, give her a little more broodiness and a little more center body if we could. Same for the heifer that comes next. Again, one that's really attractive up through that front end. She's just gauged a little narrower, like to give her a little more substance, a little more width throughout. Again, a very powerful constructed heifer that comes next. One I'd like to change structurally when you analyze that shoulder and the way she handles that hip and hind leg. Again, a long-sided, really extended heifer that comes next. Again, this needs to be broadened up to have more width and more substance all the way through. The little plainer heifer that comes next. She's big-bodied and she's sound enough. We just like to see a little more classier look and overall design in this heifer. Like to change the way she handles that hind leg. Same for the heifer that rounds out the class. Again, just like to see more substance and performance if we could.
Catch you up on results here. Let's stick on the Gelbvieh side with our judge, Cal Perez of Denver-Vista, New Mexico. Here's the results on class number 3. First place, 3,200, Carson Youngblood, Columbus, Kansas. Second place on the top of that next page there, 3198 is second. Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. In third, 3432, Hayden Tabor, Agra, Oklahoma. Fourth, 3208, Cody Clary, Saluda, South Carolina. Fifth, 3199, Hilltop Farms, Asbury, Missouri. Sixth, 3205, Justin Covington, Montrose, Colorado. Seventh, 3204, September Farms, Franklin, Nebraska. Eighth, back over the other page, 3197. That is Janice Claire Holt, Lisa Walters, and Caitlin Walters from Princeton, Kansas. Well, the writing's almost getting a little too small for my eyes anymore. Ninth place, 3202, Portia Benning, McDonald, Kansas. In your programs and placings for Class 3 in the Gelbvieh, the spring heifer calf is 4679351. Top of the next page, 82. Coming in the ring for the Gelbvieh Class 4, this is the Division 1 Spring Gelbvieh Heifer Calf Division Championship. First and seconds back in the ring once again. Over on the Red Angus side, in the ring at this time is 103A March Heifer Calves. Going back to Class 102, here's the results. First place, 50-44, Hadley Hartman, Tecumseh, Nebraska. Second, 50-53, Brett Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma. In third, 50-41, Stuart Goins, Moxley, West Friendship, Maryland. Fourth, 50-46, Cade McCracken, Alva, Oklahoma. Fifth, 52-30, Trace Falkenstein from Oswego, Kansas. Sixth, 50-40, Leighton McMurphy, Canyon, Texas. Seventh, 50-48, Lee Bjorklund from Henning, Minnesota. Eighth, 50-47, L83 Ranch, West Hope, North Dakota. Ninth, 50-45, Holly Thomas, Gatesville, Texas. In your programs and placings for Class 102, Red Angus, April Heifer Calves. Scratch, 258, 7491, scratch, 63. In the ring once again, Class 103A March Heifer Calves with our judge, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. Over on the Gelbvieh side, your results for the Division I Spring Gelbvieh Heifer Calf Division Championship. Your champion and your reserve come from the same class out of Class 3. Your champion is 3,200, MS Scarlet, Carson Youngblood, Columbus, Kansas. The reserve, 3198, Butler's Miss Gabby, Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. Up next on the Gelbvieh side will be class number 5, Winter Gelbvieh Heifer Calf, born February 11th through February 28th, 2019.
As, as we start into the February heifer calves on the Gelbvieh side, I think a real logical place to start. We start with a heifer that has some performance to her, yet has some cow power. And you see that in the way she's designed, the width to her chest, the softness to her rib, the depth to her heart, the depth back to her flank. Again, she's a heifer that's got some dimension down her top. She's correct in her hip. The set to her hind leg is nice. Just one that's very broody and very cow-like to win this class. A little differences in type and kind in 2 and 3, and I just look at this female in terms of a mama cow, one that's going to stay around longer. I just see a little more balanced look in this heifer. I see her a little more balanced in terms of the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. She's sounder in terms of her structure. Love her strength atop, her levelness a hip. She's just very broody in terms of the way she's designed. Yeah, granted, she doesn't have quite the weight or quite the performance, but I do see her as one that's going to be a very functional cow to land in second. The heifer in third, without question's got more hip, she's got more top, she's got more substance to her. Again, from a balance standpoint, it's not quite as attractive. When you analyze her up through that front end, down underneath that navel, again, one that's a little weaker in terms of her top line, maybe wants to get that tail head out of her ever so slightly, but certainly a good heifer that's powerful and has some muscle shape. Easily the biggest framed, the biggest outlined heifer comes in fourth. With that added frame size, not saying I'm against big cattle, but if we're going to make them this big, I'd like to see a little more substance in her. She needs to be deeper in her heart. She needs to be deeper in her flank. Just like to see her a little more cow-like in her overall makeup. We round out the class with a red heifer that's got some body, that's got some capacity to her, perhaps not quite overall look and balance that we see in some of the other cattle. Like to change her structurally off them hind two.
In our Red Angus show, a class of March heifers, we're going to start the class with a heifer that I really like her condition. She's a heifer that's bulking out here, pulling a little bit. So she's trying to tuck that leg up under a little bit. When she does relax, I like the way she extends with that hind leg. A lot of people won't think she's neat enough necked. I like the neck on this heifer. Got a little more substance in her. Shows me she'll make a brood cow on a minimal forage ration. Some of these really tight-necked heifers, we have problems with them at our country, in our area and stuff. But here's again, a heifer moderately in your condition. Sure got the shape of rib, got that hooks to the pins, levelness in the wide pin that I like to see. Really like the bone structure ratio to her body structure on this heifer. Second place heifer shortens up a little bit. Really neat headed kind of a female, very clean in that neck and brisket area. A heifer that gets a little restricted on her movement on them hind legs. But it's just a moderate package that's very complete. Sure got some stifle in her. The amount of femininity she has. Again, just as you see her go out, she's a little restricted, a little more narrow based than the heifer that wins the class. Third heifer, like to change her on this hind leg structure a little bit. A heifer that gets up under her a little bit. I'd like to maybe see a little more flex in that hock or something there. And maybe a heifer that's not quite as neat as over the point of that shoulder as the heifer's above her. Fourth heifer is the big, tall-topped heifer class. Going to be up a bigger kind of a female. I think she don't balance up quite as nice as some of them up there. I'd like to carry her down that quarter down into that hock a little nicer. Maybe clean her up in that brisket area a little bit. But you do have to admire her performance about her. Little frailer kind of made heifer again. Like to just see a little more body and capacity to her. A little more top in her. She is probably the greenest heifer in the class. But just giving up a little more performance and everything compared to the other heifers. Next heifer gets a little finer in her bone structure, tucks up, roaches up a little bit on the move. Like to just level her out in that top line. Young man's heifer coming around here starts to get a little more shoulder and brisket into her. Again, I'd like to see a little more bone structure under her. Do love the shape of the rib this heifer has, though. Heifer's going to round out the class with here just another heavier shouldered kind of a female. A female that don't have that femininity up through that head I'd like to see. Gets a little off in that pin area, but does have some capacity, does have some top in her, does have some rib. Just like to change the underpinnings under more feminine. Another really good class of Red Angus heifers.
Catch up on the Red Angus results in just a moment. Let's go back over to the Gelbvieh side. In the ring is Class 6, Winter Gelbvieh Heifer Calf. Here's the results on Class 5. First place, 31.91, Adeline Sinkenecht. from Gladbrook, Iowa. Second, 3194, DTK Cattle Company, Janesville, Iowa. Third, 3192, Ledgerwood Gelbvieh, Clarkston, Washington. Fourth, 3189, Prohard Seedstock, Pueblo, Colorado. Fifth, 3188, Davidson Gelbvieh, Pontiac, Saskatchewan, Canada. The place in your program for Class 5 on the Gelbvieh, the winner, Gelbvieh Heifer Calf, 23145. Once again, the ring Class 6, winner Gelbvieh Heifer Calf, born February 1st through February 10th, 2019, with our judge, Kyle Perez of Narravista, New Mexico. Get you those Red Angus results in just a moment, but I can tell you, coming in the ring at this time is Class 103B March Heifer Calves, our last class before our first division on the Red Angus side. On the Red Angus side, here's results on Class 103A March Heifer Calves. First place, 5083, Brady Edge, West Branch, Iowa. In second, 5086, Lauren Gecke from State Center, Iowa. In third, 5092, Timber Creek Ranch, Marietta, Oklahoma. Fourth, 5102, Jens Lind at Rushford, Minnesota. Fifth, 5097, TC Reds, Ringo, Wisconsin. Sixth, 5084, Luke Platson, Harpers Ferry, Iowa. 7th, 5087, Caden Schroeder, Caldwell, Texas. 8th, 5090, Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. In your programs of placings for 103A for March Heifer Calves are as follows for Red Angus. Scratch 4, 5, 1, 3, 8, scratch 2, 7, 6. Once again in the ring, 103B March Heifer Calves with our judge Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska.
older February heifers on the Gelbvieh side, maybe a little more challenging class after you get past the heifer that wins. The one that wins, in my mind, does so rather easily in terms of her combination of balance, her eye appeal, her length, her performance, and her substance. Just a very good heifer to win this particular class. One that balances up very nice from the side, very sound in terms of structure. Again, has the mass and substance to go along with it. Heifer that comes in second, again, very big-bodied. She's very massive from behind. You like her top, you like her hip. Perhaps when you get her out on the profile, not the length of neck that we see in the heifer that wins the class, not quite the overall balance and eye appeal, but a good heifer, one that's big-bodied, broody, and sound in her structure. The heifer that comes third, again, the remaining cattle, I like her width of chest, I like her center body, I like her width and substance from behind. Yes, you get off to the side of her, maybe not the most attractive up through that head and underneath as you study that navel, but in the big scheme of things, and one that's being sound, one that's got performance and got rib and capacity that's going to make a cow, I like that one to go third. A heifer that comes next is a little more attractive from the side, and you like that about her. She's long, she's extended. Heifer that I don't know if she has enough strength when you analyze her up through her front end. Not so much the way her neck is designed, but you look in terms of them front legs, not quite enough distance there. She's a little pinched in that heart. Like to give her more width from behind and this a little more doing ability. The heifer that comes next certainly has that. She's bigger bodied and she's more capacious. Again, maybe one that's not quite as good in terms of her structure as you study her go off her hind two. Like to flex that hock and down into that pastern better if we could, and this give her more balance from the side. Pair of heifers that come next are a little more moderate in terms of their frame size. The heifers that have some capacity to them. This heifer here is a little shorter sided, not nearly as extended. Like to change the way she handles that hip and hind leg as well. The heifer that comes next, again, you like her design, you like her outline. A heifer that wants to get her tail head up as she goes. A heifer that this needs more rib and body and weight and performance if we could. A heifer that comes next, really long-sided, really extended heifer. Again, one that I'd like to moderate and just give more capacity if we could. And same thing for that red heifer that comes around last. A long-sided heifer, just not quite the balance, overall eye appeal and substance that we have in the other cattle.
On the Gelbvieh side, here's the results on Class 6 Winter Gelbvieh Heifer Calf. First place, 3183, Maya Carroll, Raymore, Missouri. Second, 3179, Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. In third, 3178, Colton Ivers, Austin, Minnesota. In fourth, 3180, 4T Ranch, Agra, Oklahoma. Fifth, 3184, Covington Gelbvieh, Montrose, Colorado. Sixth, 3181, Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. 7th, 3185, Colton Ivers, Austin, Minnesota. 8th, 3177, Jacob Barwick, Orleans, Nebraska. 9th, 3182, McCarty Cattle Company, Rifle, Colorado. And your programs of placings for Class 6 are as follows: 1, 5, 7, 9, 4, 6, 8. Top of the next page, 3, 2. In the rig next, Class 7, our final class in this division, the Winter Gelbvieh Heifer Calf class. And then we'll have our division championship after this.
In our Red Angus show, I apologize taking a little more time on this class. A little harder class for me to put together. We've got some structural problems. We've got some foot structures, maybe some shoulder structures. Definitely in my mind, we're going to start off with the best balance, the best combination here for the class. She's got a little top crest in that neck that maybe I'd like to tone down a little bit. And she's, once in a while, she'll get up on the passions a little bit. But here's the best top, the best butted, the best hipped heifer, and the most fluid heifer of any of them in the class. Really love the hip structure, and when you view her through the center of the quarter, how much actual muscle and shape and still in a feminine package that she has. If it had a personal preference, I'd like to make her darker red. I just don't like them yellow ones, but you can't take that away from the heifer, just the structure she has and the brood cow prospect that she'll be. Second heifer has the hip and hind leg structure. She gets a little weaker in that heart again for me a little bit. I really love the front end on this heifer. Got a very moderate, feminine kind of a head on her. But again, she has that hip structure. Maybe just runs downhill just a touch for me. I'd like to elevate that front end up a little bit, and I think it'd make that shoulder look a little nicer. Third heifer just follows the pattern I've started this class with, the soundness. Really love the bone structure under this heifer. Gets a little straighter in that shoulder, rolls up on that shoulder a little bit on the move. But again, you got the midsection, levelness of hip, got some base under her heifer I like quite well. Fourth heifer again, same deal. Gets a little weak in that heart deal. That point of that shoulder makes that point of that shoulder flare out a little bit. But again, very, very youthful looking up in that head, extended neck. Maybe don't handle that hock and hind leg quite as nicely as some of the heifers. But again, another heifer that runs downhill a little bit on me. I just like to balance them up a little bit. Next heifer in class starts to give up a little base up underneath of her. Again, I'd like to see her a little stronger in that forerib. That spine starts to break right behind that shoulder a little bit, and I just like to stouten her up there. Next two heifers, very similar in kind, very similar in muscle structure, very similar in bone structure under her. I preferred the bone on this lighter yellow heifer a little bit more. Again, I'd like to maybe clean them hocks up a little bit on her. Next heifer, I'd just like to stouten up a little bit. Very feminine, very good turn down over their top. Just don't have the stoutness I kind of like to see. Next heifer, a little more brisket. That quarter don't carry down quite as much. But a heifer, again, got plenty of rib. Next heifer, I'd like to change the placings of her front feet a little bit. She tends to toe out a little bit, and I just like to straighten that out. Our dark red heifer has just got too much shoulder, got a little more throat on her, and gets her a little restricted in her movement and through that hock. Next heifer is going to be a big old frame kind of a thing. Just don't have the volume and mass I like to see. But top end of this class was excellent. Sure, some interesting points throughout the class. And again, I apologize, it's taking a little longer.
On the Gelbvieh side, I'm going to leave them stand just like they are. And I didn't pull them in because they're all three really good cattle. And I think you folks give these exhibitors a big round of applause. That's a really nice class. The young man's heifer that's going to win the class is easily the combination heifer in terms of having enough stoutness and still having the balance and eye appeal and overall design. You like that about her. She's very correct up through that front end. She's strong down her top. She's really explosive in terms of her center body and substance that she has. Again, one that gives you a really good look from the side, just very elegant and very cow-like in her design. A really good heifer that comes second. I like her balance. I like her design and eye appeal. She's very soft-centered. I like the outward shape that she has to her rib, the depth to her flank. Again, one that's very free-moving and very sound in terms of structure. Maybe not quite the overall dimension of the heifer that wins the class, but certainly one that's very broody and very cow-like. Probably the most powerfully constructed heifer is the one here in third. She's big top, she's big hipped. When you get off to the side, maybe not quite the length of neck, not quite the overall balance. She's a little shorter-sided heifer and maybe shortens up a little bit off that step, off them hind two, but certainly that's a good heifer that's got some width, that's got some substance, that's got some broodiness to her. She's going to make a nice cow as well.
Get the results here on the Gelbvieh side, just in front of our division championship, the next one. Result on Class 7, first place 3174, Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. Second, 3172, Kyson Theo, Cow City, Oklahoma. 3171 is third, Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Your program placings are 1, 2, 3. Up next, first and seconds back in the ring. This will be your Division II Winter Gelbvieh Heifer Calf Division Championship with our judge, Kyle Perez of Nervisa, New Mexico. Over on the Red Angus side, coming in the ring, also Division Championship. First and seconds back in the ring for the Spring Heifer Calf Division with our judge, Eldon Krebs, Gordon, Nebraska. Going back to Class 103B March Heifer Calves, here's the results. First place, 5080, Thomas Ranch, Harold, South Dakota. Second, 5071, Jackson Bragg, Salado, Texas. In third, 5077, Tar Tut, Rushford, Minnesota. Fourth, 5074, 6 Mile Red Angus Limited for Mountain, Saskatchewan, Canada. Fifth, 5357, Cade Carlin, Stryker, Ohio. Sixth, 5075, Madison Adams, West End, North Carolina. In seventh, over on the top of the next page, 5069, Timber Creek Ranch, Marietta, Oklahoma. Eighth, 5060, J6 Incorporated, Gibbon, Nebraska. Ninth, 5072, Los Rojas from Frederick, Oklahoma. 10th, 5064, L83 Ranch, West Hope, North Dakota. 11th, 5066, Premier Reds, Yukon, Oklahoma. In your programs, the placings for 103B March Heifer Calves are as follows: 514, 6329. Top of the next page, 7, 8, 10, 11, scratch. Once again in the ring this year's Spring Heifer Calf Division Championship with your judge, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. Your Division II winner Gelbvieh Heifer Calf champion is 3174 out of Class 7. That is Butler's Miss Gia, Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee, exhibitor 3174. That'll move 3172 into consideration for reserve. And your reserve winner Gelbvieh Heifer Calf comes out of Class 5. That is 3191, Adeline Sinkenecht from Gladbrook, Iowa with CIRS 11G. Up next for the Gelbvieh will be Class 9 Senior Gelbvieh Heifer Calf, born October 1st through December 31st, 2018. We have 2 classes in the next division.
In a Red Angus show, we finally got to the Spring Heifer Calf Champion. Give them a round of applause. There's some real breeding pieces here. Our first lineup, our class winners over here, I really appreciate when I get them out here and see. When you're judging these things, you always want to make sure they kind of match together. They're sound, functional kind of females. And I really see that in these 4 females. Each and every one of them's a little bit different in their kind in body makeup and skeletal structure, but very functional kind of a females, extremely stout made kind of a females. We've got some difference in condition on these females, so it appears some of them, maybe one or two of them aren't as quite as thick as the other 2, but again, structure, I think they're the right frame size, and I think they're really good breeding pieces. Again, my congratulations to the exhibitors and breeders. I'm not going to talk every one of them today, but again, congratulations on this first division.
Your grand champion spring heifer calf is 5044. That comes out of class 102. Top line Red Princess 9060. Hadley Hartman, Tecumseh, Nebraska. That'll move 5053 into consideration for reserve. And your reserve champion spring heifer calf for the Red Angus comes out of class 103B 5080. TMAS Miss She's a Special 912G, Thomas Ranch, Herald, South Dakota. Up next for the Red Angus, we'll move to the February heifer calves in class 104A.
Winner heifer calf on the Gelbvieh side. It's a pretty easy class winner. The only heifer in the class that really is, it got that soundness of structure. She's got a lot of rib and body and capacity. Again, one that's very useful in her kind and very maternal in her makeup. The heifers in 2 and 3 are very similar in the way they're designed. Both females just need a little more balance and eye appeal and substance to them. The heifer that's in second, I do read her a little deeper in terms of her rib and her flank. A heifer that probably moves a little more correctly off her hind leg than the one does in third. The heifer in third, again, just like to see more balance and soundness of structure there if we could.
Up next for the Gelbvieh will be Class 10 Senior Gelbvieh heifer calf born September 1st through September 30th, 2018. Here's the results on class number 9, that first class of the 2 in this division. First place, 3164, Avriel Hightower, Lacine, Kansas. Second, 3429, Bianca Benning, McDonald, Kansas. Third, 3166, Portia Benning, McDonald, Kansas. As I mentioned in the ring next, with our judge Kyle Perez of Nueva Vista, New Mexico, is class number 10. Senior Gelbvieh heifer calf born September 1st through September 30th, 2018, just in front of our next division championship. Back on the Red Angus side with our judge Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska, is class 104A February heifer calves. These born February 15th through February 28th, 2019.
Again, on the Gelbvieh side, I think a really good one to win this particular class. This in terms of balance, in terms of her design. She's very fresh and elegant up through that front end. She's got a nice sweep to that center body. She's long-sided. She's got nice length to her hip. Again, she's sound in terms of her feet and legs. A really nice job in terms of presentation. The heifer in second, again, another long-sided heifer. It's got a lot of length to hip. With that, maybe doesn't have quite the strength of jaw that the heifer that wins the class does. Heifer that doesn't have near the heart or the center body or the substance as a heifer that wins the class. But again, one that's nice balanced, very correct in terms of her lines. Again, a big outlined heifer that comes here in third. Again, with this added frame size, I'd just like to see her come with more substance in terms of her center body, depth of flank, and overall balance. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, one that's nicely put together, but with that, as a senior heifer calf, just like to see more length and overall future and performance and grow in this one if we could.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Here's the results on Class 10. First place, 3159, Clint, Maine, Seymour, Indiana. Second, 3160, Green Hills, Gelbvieh, Mount Ula, North Carolina. 3301 is third, Kyler Kammerer, Asbury, Missouri. Fourth, 3161, Ben and Lelaine McClure, Hugoton, Kansas. And your programs of placings are 3, 2, 4, 1. Up next, first and seconds back in the ring for Division III Senior Gelbvieh Heifer Calf Division Championship. Judge once again, Kyle Perez from Visa, New Mexico, graduate of Kansas State. Grew up on a registered Hereford and commercial cow-calf operation. Ranches with his family in Visa. They run registered Hereford and Angus operation along with running a commercial cow herd and recipient calf raiser program. Once again, Kyle Perez, Visa, New Mexico, our judge on the Gelbvieh side. Keep in mind the official livestock photographer for the National Western is Show Champions. Check out the pictures taken in the ring and at the backdrops, and purchase pictures online at showchampions.com. Here's results on that Division III Senior Gelbvieh Heifer calf with our judge, Kyle Perez from Nueva Vista, New Mexico. Your champion is 3159. That comes out of Class 10. That is Butler's Clint Maines, Seymour, Indiana. And the reserve comes out of Class number 9, 3164. MS Sniper, Abrielle Hightower, Lacine, Kansas. Up next, 2 entries in Class 12 Intermediate Gelbvieh Heifer. This will also be the Intermediate Gelbvieh Heifer Division Championship.
The class of February heifers I really like. Really like the stoutness of the heifer I'm going to lead off the class with. So explosive all the way through her skeletal makeup. She's not the cleanest fronted and fanciest up front, but here's a nice beef cow. Springer rib, big turn down over that top. Them pins are spread out like I like to see. Bone structure excellent under. Just a really nice heifer. If you're going to criticize her a little bit, maybe change her over the top of that shoulder a little bit, but there is a beef cow right there, and I really like starting the class with her. Second heifer gives up a little shape to her. Not as neat up in that front end. Don't shove off that front end quite as neat as our top heifer. Don't have them stifle in her that our top heifer does. But here is a long spine, very feminine, very fluid, moving kind of a female. A female, again, a little maybe greener in her condition. A female I really like. Third place heifer, very close placings on this second and third heifers. A heifer I didn't feel handled that hind leg quite as neatly. Not as fluid, maybe as free in that hock as our top heifer, but a heifer again. It's got that hip, got that top, got that shoulder laid in. Sure good enough fronted for me up here, and I think that's about right for a female. The shape of skull she has, that neck, the way that neck comes out of that shoulder junction. Again, the only reason she's in third just because of that hock compared to the other heifer. Fourth heifer is the greenest heifer of the class, but here is a beautiful moving kind of a female, long strided, reaches up there that hind leg where she was. You put a little more weight on her, she's going to be at the top of the class, I feel. Just today, I'm going to judge them the way I see them, but here's a female that I think really has a bright future. Next heifer, roaches up, gives a little length of spine up a little bit. Got that rib shape, got that shoulder shape I like to see. Again, just like to pull her out a little bit. Tends to roach a little bit today, but here's a big-bodied, stout-made kind of a female. Next heifer coming around the corner here, a female that gets a little plainer up in that head, maybe gets a little tight up in that front end for me a little bit, loses some bone structure under her. Like to just stouten her up under there, but again, admire her for her hip structure. Again, just not quite as stout as some of the heifers above her. Next heifer coming around here, another one of them big old level hip heifers. This heifer's probably got a little more growth factor to her than some of the heifers in the class. A heifer that gets a little flatter in that rib, a little flatter in that quarter. But you guys still got to admire for her length she has, upheadedness she has. A female I felt fell in line real easy. The dark red heifer, like to change her underpinnings a little bit. Just like to see her move a little different on them legs. But again, the ears and she's really got a nice head, and the ears taken away from her. But again, just her underpinnings would like to change. Next heifer coming around, a heifer that gets again a little plainer through that rib and that shoulder area a little bit. Has a little maybe more trouble floating around the ring here a little bit. Almost gets a little bow-legged on that hind legs, but again, a heifer that's got a lot of stoutness to her. Next two heifers get a little frail for me. I just like to stouten them up to go higher in the class.
On the Gelbvieh side, maybe a pair of heifers here that are very contrasting in their type, and I'll be the first one to admit there's plenty of heifer here in front of me. Maybe I'd like to tone her down if I could and just freshen her up if we ever could up through that front end and throughout. But certainly you get past that. I think this is just the better beef cow, and she's sounder, she's bigger bodied, she's got more depth to her flank and more stoutness throughout. I just see her as being more functional and broodier in her kind. The heifer that comes next is certainly fresher in terms of her condition, and I like that about her. I'd just like to see this heifer with more capacity when you study her from forward rib back into her flank. And again, like I said, I'd like to change this one structurally. I think it's where the class advantages lies with the bigger, stouter heifer. She's just sounder and freer moving.
Here's results on the Gelbvieh Intermediate Heifer for Class 12 and your division. First place was 3157, Kitty's Fantasy. Rural Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. Second was 3158, Mitch D. Garcia, Los Alamos, Colorado. And your division champion was 3157 out of Class 12, Kitty's Fantasy. Once again, Rural Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. And the reserve was 3158. Once again, that's Josie Joe, Mitch D. Garcia, Los Alamos, Colorado. In the ring are first of two classes within the next division, the Junior Gelbvieh Heifer Division. Class 14 in the ring. These are heifers born March 1st through April 30th, 2018. Back on the Red Angus side, in the ring at this time is Class 104B February heifer calves. Here's the results on Class 104A February heifer calves. First place 5140, Dave and Rhonda Bablitz, Nick and Elizabeth Pope from Cheer Hill, Alberta, Canada. Second, 5135, Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. Third, 5143, Cambry Murray, Lebanon, Oregon. Fourth, 5146, Premier Reds, Yukon, Oklahoma. Fifth, 5127, Schaefer Cattle Company, New Rockford, North Dakota. Sixth, 5142, Avery McMurphy, Alva, Oklahoma. Seventh, 5131, J6 Incorporated, Gibbon, Nebraska. Eighth, 5132, Barrett Allen, Ardmore, Oklahoma. Ninth, 5137, Cloud 9, Kip Cattle Company, Lauren Gecke and Cody Dawson, Emerald, Wisconsin. 10th, 5141, J.C. Gross, Arcadia, Kansas. 11th, 5133, Jamie Geyer, Lisbon, North Dakota. In your programs, the placings on 104A February heifer calves are as follows: 4, scratch 10, 6, 3, 1, 9, 11, 2, 7, 8, 5, scratch. Once again in the ring with our judge, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska, is Class 104B February heifer calves. These born February 1st through February 14th, 2019.
Very interesting class on the Gelbvieh side, and a big variation in terms of size and performance and overall stature in these cattle. But I think when we break them down and make them functional, make them broody, and make them cow-like, I really like the female that leads off the class. To me, she's one that's very moderate in terms of her frame size, but the main reason that she's up here, she's so sound in terms of structure, she's so fresh in terms of condition, she's big-bodied, she's soft-centered, she's bred up nice and early, she's going to calve here the quickest of any of them. She's very good in terms of her hip and the set to her hind leg. This one I think is very functional and very maternal-like and ladylike in her design. Very contrasting between 2 and 3. The big difference for me is soundness of structure. This heifer is just laid back so much more correctly in her shoulder, the way she handles herself out of her knee and her top line and behind her shoulder. She's more correct from hooks to pins and set to her hind leg. You get up on top of her, there's more true shape in this heifer right behind her shoulder blade, back down to her top and out through her pins. And without question, here's the performance heifer in the class. She's big, she's long, she's high performing. With that, she's maybe pushing the upper limits for me when you look at her age, and you certainly like to see her further along in calf. With that, she's a little pinched there in that heart and forerib. You see it when you steady her down her top. She's a little too straight and open in that shoulder, and her tail head gets up in her if we change that about her. But certainly there's a long-sided, high-performing heifer that's got some capacity. The heifer that rounds out the class is certainly powerful. She's big top, she's thick-hipped. She's just too straight when you study her in terms of her shoulder and the set to that hind leg.
Here's the result on the Gelbvieh side for the Junior Gelbvieh Heifer Class 14. First place, 31.53. Colton David Cox, Spruce Pine, North Carolina. Second, 31.55. Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. That is a change in your program. Third, 31.52. Casey Martin, Oregon, Illinois. Fourth, 31.54. Pearl Hart Seat Stuck, Pueblo, Colorado. Up next, 2 entries in Class 15, Junior Gelbvieh Heifer. 2 entries. Then we'll have our next Division 5 Junior Gelbvieh Heifer Division Championship. Judge once again on that side, Kyle Perez from Nueva Vista, New Mexico.
in their Red Angus show, whenever I'm looking at these heifer calves, I think of tomorrow. We're going to start with a heifer that's got that tomorrow. So clean made, so feminine and youthful looking up in that front end, so elegant on the move out here. I'll grant she's going to give up quite a bit of performance if the heifers out here below her, but here is one for tomorrow. Nice heifer, young lady. Second heifer, love the volume, capacity, the stoutness she has, the levels of hip. Gets a little more off in that shoulder for me than I desire in a young heifer calf, but again, I admire the foot shape, the bone structure under this heifer. Like to change her in that shoulder a little bit. Third heifer, very similar to her. She has a little problem on the other end. I'd like to straighten her or change her in her hock structure, the flex on that hock a little bit. Like to just see her maybe hock them out a little bit. She gets a little cow hock back there, but again, two big volume heifers in our second, third holes that you got to really think that'll make some great brood gals. This heifer gives up nothing, just a little plainer up in that shoulder. Them pins aren't spread quite as nicely as our top heifers up there, but again, another high volume, big middle kind of a heifer, plenty good on the movement. Next heifer, again, you had a little problem out of that pin area, gets them legs up under her a little bit. Again, she's got enough performance, enough middle to her, enough thickness to her. I thought she had to be in the upper part of the class. Next heifer gives up again another little performance, gets a little frailer in that bone structure, gets a little weaker up in that forerib a little bit, very feminine kind of a heifer. Just like to see her a little more body and structure to her. Next heifer gets a little weak in the loin, again, gets a little straighter in that shoulder, a little more brisket in her. Just like to stouten her up in that loin a little bit, clean her up underneath there a little bit. Next heifer, really green in her condition, but she's still got some levels of hip, still got some middle, still got some base up under her. A heifer that I really appreciate that about her. Then we go into two heifers again, quite a bit of shoulder on them, and gets a little weaker in that top line a little bit. They're sure plenty feminine enough and everything else, but I just like to compete as competitive as this class was. Just not made quite right up in that front end for me. And the heifer that's going to round out the class is just giving up too much performance and like to change her on her underpinnings again. Super kind of a class there.
As we get into our older heifers here, a very interesting class, two heifers that are very different in terms of type and kind. The red heifer that's going to win the class is this sounder in terms of her structure. It starts in her shoulder, the angle of her shoulder, the set to that knee, the way she handles that hip and hock. From there, I see her as more attractive when you study her up about the shape of her head, the top side of her neck, the way her neck comes out of her shoulder and lays back into her shoulder. She's just more female in terms of the way she's designed. From there back, she's the longer-sided heifer of the pair that's longer from hooks to pins. The black heifer that comes next is bigger centered, and I like that about her. She's got more rib and body and flank, and that's where I've been landing most of the day. But with this, here's a heifer that's just a little too coarse in the way she's designed, and it starts up in her head, the shape of her head, the shape of the top side of her neck, down into her chest, and she's just too straight in terms of that shoulder compared to the heifer that goes ahead of her. You see her there, she takes a step, she's just a little quick and misses her step as she goes, but certainly a good female that's got some rib and some body and some capacity.
Catch up on results here. Let's stick with the Gelbvieh side. Class 15, junior Gelbvieh heifer, first place 3146, Judd Ranch Incorporated, Pomona, Kansas. Second, 3148, Brohart Seedstock, Pueblo, Colorado. Up next will be first and seconds from classes 14 and 15 for the Division 5 Junior Gelbvieh Heifer Championship. Back over on the Red Angus side, in the ring will be Class 105 January heifer calves. These born January 1st through January 30th, 2019. This is our last class in this division before the division championship. Here's the results, though, going back to Class 104B as placed by our judge from Gordon, Nebraska, Eldon Cribbs. First place, 5112, Hadley Hartman, Tecumseh, Nebraska. Second, 5103, U2 Ranch Limited, Coaldale, Alberta, Canada. Third, 5115 Cade Vowell, Forest, Mississippi. Fourth, 5122 L83 Ranch, West Hope, North Dakota. Fifth, 5118 L83 Ranch, West Hope, North Dakota. Sixth, 5104 Diamond L Genetics, Ogallala, Kansas. Seventh, 5110 Jared Zur from Oakley, Kansas. Eighth, 5120 TC Reds, Ringo, Wisconsin. Ninth, 5108 Cambry Murray from Lebanon, Oregon. 10th, 5119 6R Ranch, Powell Butte, Oregon. 11th, 5116 VF Red Angus, Terrebonne, Oregon. 12th, 5111 VF Red Angus, Terrebonne, Oregon. In your programs, the placings for Class 104B February heifer calves are as follows: 4, 10, 8, 5, 11, 3. 12, 1, scratch. 7, 9, 6, 2. Once again, 4, 10, 8, 5, 11, 3. 12, 1, scratch. 7, 9, 6, 2. Once again, the ring Class 102 January heifer calves in the ring on the Red Angus side. Division 5 Junior Gelbvieh Heifer champion was 31.53 out of Class 14. It is Zelda, 20F1 ET, Colton David Cox, Spruce Pine, North Carolina. That'll move 31.55 into consideration for reserve. Up next on the Gelbvieh side will be the overall Gelbvieh Female Championship. And your reserve, Division 5 Junior Gelbvieh Heifer, comes out of the same class as your champion. That's 31.55, 3G, frankly, my dear, Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. As I mentioned, up next for the Gelbvieh on that side of the show ring, overall Gelbvieh Female Championship. Judge once again, Kyle Perez from Nueva Vista, New Mexico, graduate of Kansas State University. Grew up on a registered Hereford and commercial cow-calf operation. Currently, he ranches with his family in Nueva Vista. They run a registered Hereford and Angus operation, along with running a commercial cow herd, as well as a recipient calf raiser program. His favorite part about the livestock industry is the people, along with the ability of producers to continue to improve the quality of cattle. He says he has the best wife and friend in the world, Tanya, and they're blessed with 2 kids, Peyton and Libby Perez. Once again, our judge for this overall Gelbvieh Female Championship, Kyle Perez, Nueva Vista, New Mexico. Well, these will be the champions coming back in the ring on the Gelbvieh side. Spring Gelbvieh Heifer Calf champion, 3,200, Miss Scarlett, Carson Youngblood, Columbus, Kansas. Champion on the Winter Gelbvieh Heifer Calf, 31.74, Butler's Miss Gia, Butler Creek Farms, and David Smith. Butler Creek Farms from Milton, Tennessee, David Smith from Boulder, Colorado. Your champion, Senior Gelbvieh Heifer Calf, 31.59, Butler's 134F, Clint, Maine, Seymour, Indiana. And your champion for that intermediate Gelbvieh Heifer, 31.57, Kitty's Fantasy, Royal Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. The champion that last division, once again, the junior Gelbvieh Heifer champion, 31-53. Colton David Cox, Spruce Pine, North Carolina with Zelda. Once again, this is your overall Gelbvieh Female Championship. Reserves are also in the ring. Those reserves include from the Spring Gelbvieh Heifer Calf, 31-98. Butler's Miss Gabby, Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. Reserve winner Gelbvieh Heifer Calf, 31-91. 11G, Adeline Sinconnect from Gladbrook, Iowa. The reserve from senior Gelbvieh Heifer Calf, 31-64. That is Miss Sniper, Avriel Hightower, Lacine, Kansas. The reserve from the intermediate Gelbvieh Heifers is 31-58. Josie Joe, Mitch Garcia, Los Animas, Colorado. At last division, your reserve was 31-55. That's Frankly, my dear, Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana.
Well, as we worked our way through the Gelbvieh show, or I have perhaps, again, I'd like to express my thanks and gratitude to the National Western Stock Show and the Gelbvieh Association for this opportunity to evaluate your cattle, because anytime you get to step into a stage of this caliber at the National Western, it is a privilege and honor, and it's something that I take very with a lot of respect and dignity, because it takes a lot of time and dedication on everyone's part, not only to put this show on from the stock show standpoint, the breed association, and then all you exhibitors. It takes time, it takes money, and it takes effort to pull this event off. So again, a big thanks, and if you would give yourselves a big round of applause for an excellent show and exhibitors, a really nice set of cattle all the way through. As we worked our way through the cattle, I've tried to keep them sound, I've tried to keep them functional, and then on top of that, pick the ones that had the most quality to them. And as you start at this end of the show ring down here in the heifer calves, there's a lot of quality in these two, and I'll describe them to you. The heifer calf that comes out of the spring heifer calf division, like I said, very elegant and very well designed. She's really long-sided, She's really extended up through that front end. She comes back into a really nice rib cage. She's very good in terms of her feet and legs and her structure. Just a really high quality female that there's a ton of future ahead of her. One that's going to be a great project and a fun exhibit for this young lady on down the road. Really good heifer calf to win that first division. Same can be said for the heifer that comes out of the next division. Again, one that's just really, really good in terms of her quality standpoint. She's very useful and very maternal in her kind. She's deep in that heart. She's got a nice soft center rib in her, a nice soft deep flank. She's sound in terms of structure. Again, you step off to the side of her, she gives you a nice balance from the side. You get behind these two heifer calves up here, they probably have as much true width down their top, through their pins and down to their stifle of any of the cattle out here. Just a really unique pair of heifers there in those first two. The heifer that comes out of that third division, again, quality was the reason that she rose. You step to the side of her, you love her design. Really up-headed, her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder nice. She's good in terms of structure. From her shoulder back, you like that sweep of rib, you like the depth of flank, you like the substance of stifle that she has. As this heifer walks away from me, I'd like to see her set those hind two down truer. I'd like to set her down a little truer at the hock as she steps away from me, but that's being critical of a really good heifer that gives you a really nice balance from the side, very broody and very maternal. The heifer in the intermediate division, like I said, she's stout and powerful. You get her back out here, like I said in class, she needs to be freshened up in terms of condition. I'd like to see a little more maternal look if we could in her, but she won that division this because there was just more of her. She had more body and more stoutness. We get into the yearling division, and I think we had a really nice cow prospect to come out of that class. One that's bred up nice. She's going to have a nice udder in terms of the way her teats design and are developing. She's very broody in terms of her center body. She's moderate framed, but she was easily the freshest conditioned and the soundest structured heifer in that particular division that still had some rib and some body and some substance. So again, a very good, useful cow prospect there out of that last division. In an ideal world, I get on the top side of this heifer, I'd like to see a little more dimension to her. It starts right behind her shoulder, down her top line, and maybe out through her pins. Maybe like to see this one gauged a little wider if we could, but again, one that's very sound and very useful in terms of her kind. I'm going to look at it one more time. Again, give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'm very happy with the cattle that are out here. Again, nice set of females.
In our Red Angus show, we're down to the January heifers, and what a powerful class. Got some differences in shapes, kinds, frame size. We're going to start off with a heifer that I'm going to call her a little more moderate for me. Beautiful headed, beautiful neck, beautiful hip structure, beautiful hind-legged. If I was going to change this heifer a little bit, I'd like to elevate her up in that shoulder a little bit and lengthen that spine out a little bit. But what an elegant female. Beautiful on the move, big rib, good turn down over that top. Just a really nice heifer to start this class with. Second heifer follows her most like any other heifer in the class. When we talk about hip structure, rib structure, depth of flank, bone structure up under, freedom of movement, just not quite as elegant over that top of that shoulder and in that blade of that shoulder is our first heifer. I do like maybe the way she levels out a little nicer than our top heifer, just not quite as elegant as our heifer going to win the class. Third heifer, eye flat like. This heifer is one of them that's going to have some future to her. So well balanced, so smooth out through her point of her shoulder, clear into her stifle. A heifer that's plenty deep for me. A heifer that I think, again, has a really good future. Maybe don't have the condition some of them top two heifers have right now, but here is a really well balanced, very fluid, very sound female. Again, like her a bunch. Next heifer, we start going into some structural deals. Here's a heifer that's very, very sweet made. I see as her getting older, won't have maybe that 4 rib in her she does. She's going to always have plenty of Springer rib. I'd like to make this heifer for a January heifer just a little bit bigger, but very sweet made, very feminine kind of a female. The next red heifer coming around gets pretty plain up in that head, But I did like the midsection through this heifer. Again, I like the hip and hind leg structure. She's a heifer that sets down on that heel a little bit more than I'd like to see it. I think she needs tipped up on them back feet a little bit, but again, a heifer with a lot of substance and volume about her. Dark red heifer here, gets a little plainer in that shoulder. I'd like to pull her neck out a little bit compared to her body size and shape and the volume she has, but just like to change her in that front end a little bit. Dark heifer to right in front of me. Little racier type, maybe don't have that depth of flank. I'd like to change her out through that pin area a little bit. Spread them pins out, maybe tone that tail head down into them pins a little bit. Next heifer, very feminine, very beautiful headed heifer. Again, just don't have the volume and bone structure to go higher. This heifer right here gets up under, or don't get up under, gets a little restricted in that movement. I'd like to change her out through that pin section. The heifer can round out the class. Sure got some muscle shape into her, just don't have the design and look to go higher.
Gets the results on the Red Angus side of the equation in just a moment. Let's go back with the official announcement for the overall Gelbvieh female champion. It's 3174, Butler's Miss Gia, Butler Creek Farm, Milton, Tennessee, and David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. That's out of Class 7 and Division 2. Your overall Gelbvieh female reserve champion is 3200, MS Scarlett, Carson Youngblood, Columbus, Kansas. That's out of Class 3 and the First Division. We'll have a picture break, and then we'll get into the open balancer females. Our first class will be class number 1, spring balancer heifer calves, when we restart with our judge, Kyle Perez from Nueva Vista, New Mexico. Give me just a moment, and I'll get those placings for that last class on Red Angus. But coming in the ring, this will be your first and seconds coming back for the Junior Heifer Calf Division Championship. Up next, as I mentioned, will be the Junior Heifer Calf Division Championship for the Red Angus. Here's results on that last class, 105 January Heifer Calves. First place, 5178, Brett Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma. Second, 5160, U2 Ranch Limited, Harmony Hill, Coaldale, Alberta, Canada. In third, 5180, 6 Mile Red Angus Limited for Mountain, Saskatchewan, Canada. In fourth, on the next page, 5155, Marcy Harward, Richfield, North Carolina. Fifth, 5154, Caitlin Geyer, Lisbon, North Dakota. Sixth, 5151, Morley Griffith, Shawnee, Oklahoma. Seventh, 5152, Twin Willow Farms, Springfield, Missouri. In eighth, 5181, TC Reds, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Ninth, 5170, Caleb Bolden, Bennett, Colorado. 10th, 5161, 6R Ranch, Powell Butte, Oregon. In your programs, the placings for Class 105 are as follows: 3, 8, 1. 9, scratch, 10, 2. Top of the next page, 5, 4, 7, 6. Once again, 3, 8, 1. 9, scratch, 10, 2, 5, 4, 7, 6. Junior Heifer Calf Division Championship in the ring. Our judge, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska, graduate of University of Nebraska. Grew up on a commercial ranch that raised mainly Hereford cows. Currently, he, along with his family, ranch in northwest Nebraska. They raise primarily Angus seed stock, but also maintain a Sim Angus herd as well. Our judge, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. Once again, a reminder, the official livestock photographer for the National Western is showchampions.com. Check out the pictures taken in the ring and at the backdrop, and purchase pictures online at showchampions.com.
what a division in these heifer calves here. Can't say enough good things about this division. I really like all 6 of these heifers out here. We've got some differences in condition in them. But give them a round of applause. This is good. So functional, so sound. Really like the bone structure under them. I like the underpinnings under them. Just again, on this division in this calf deal, you could have 4 or 5 of us judging it, and you could go 4 or 5 different ways and be very confident in what you're doing. I think that's how strong this division is. My congratulations to the exhibitors, again, the breeders. I'll pick you a couple champions.
Your grand champion junior heifer calf comes out of class 104B. That is 5112 Smoky Y. Giselle. 1900G Hadley Hartman, Tecumseh, Nebraska. That'll move 5103 in a consideration reserve. And the reserve champion junior heifer calf comes from class 105, 5178, Rojas Valentina, 9113, Brett Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma. We'll move to winter heifer calves, class 106. That'll be in the ring next. This will be the fall heifer calf division. 2 classes in this division. Judge once again, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. And we're in a picture break on the Gelbvieh balancer side. When we resume, it'll be balancer females, class number 1, spring balancer heifer calf, born May 1st through June 30th. In the ring to lead things off on that side.
This class of Red Angus heifers, I think we definitely got a top and easy class winner here. Follows the mold and the shape and the balance of the heifers I use in the calf divisions. Very beautiful presented, kind of a female. So much structure to her. Level out them hooks, the pins. Might like to close in that shoulder a little bit, but a heifer again. Midsections, love the curvature of the rib coming up out of that spine. A heifer that's very easy class winner here for me today. Next heifer, again, follows her most like any other in the class. A heifer that gives up some performance compared to our top heifer. A heifer that's a little shorter sided. Do love the hip structure and everything. Like to see a little more base under this heifer to go higher, but here again, very beautiful, elegant, kind of a made female, enough femininity. Just giving up a little performance. Third heifer, she's mainly there because of performance. She's not quite right on them feet and legs today, but again, a heifer that's got some capacity, got some hip structure, length of hip structure. Sure good enough up in that front end. Nice headed kind of a heifer, just like to change them underpinnings. Next heifer is the soundest heifer between the next two. I like the hoof shape on this heifer compared to our heifer to round out the class. A heifer's a little plainer in design, a little tighter flank, but a heifer that is sound and structurally right through her underpinnings there again. Heifer's going to round out the class. I just would like to change that hoof shape a little bit, curling in on her a little bit. She's actually a little more better balanced than the heifer before, but just like to see a little more soundness up under her.
We'll get you those results on that class for Red Angus in just a moment. We're going to restart over on the balancer side. Our first class on the balancer side will be Spring Balancer Heifer Calf born May 1st through June 30th, 2019. 3 entries in this first class. Our judge, once again, Kyle Perez from Naravisa, New Mexico. On the Red Angus side, the class coming in will be Class 107 Senior Heifer Calves. These are born November 1st through December 31st, 2018. No, September 1st to October 31st. I had it right the first time. Get the results here in that last class. Just give me a moment. Here are the results on Class 106 winner heifer calves. First place, 5190, Morley Griffith, Shawnee, Oklahoma. Second, 5188, Luke Platson, Harpers Ferry, Iowa. Third, 5187, Danielle Brooks, Wilson, Oklahoma. Fourth, 5184, Madison Adams, West End, North Carolina. Fifth, 5185, Chesney Dickinson, Ogallala, Kansas. As I mentioned in the ring, Class 107 senior heifer calves born September 1st through October 31st, 2018. This will be our last class in front of the Fall Heifer Calf Division Championship. Judge, once again, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska.
really good class. May Balancer heifer calves. 3 heifers in here that all have quality and all have a lot of balance and correctness to them. I just really like the one that's directly in front of me, though. In terms of this stage of her life and development, you can tell that she's going to be very broody in her kind. And you study the shape of that rib, the way it comes out of the top side of her rib, down into her lower rib cage and back into her flank. This very broody in her kind. And beyond that, she's very nicely balanced. She's up-headed, she's long-spined, she's long-hipped. She's very good in terms of structure. Just an awfully good heifer calf to win this class. The heifer calf that comes in second, I like a lot of things about her, especially from her flank forward. She's a very strong-topped heifer. She's very elegant up front. Her shoulder lays in her nice. She's long-sided. You like those things about her. Maybe from her hooks back, you maybe change her a little bit in the way she's designed, but you get behind her, she has some base width and she has some substance. Again, not to take anything away from the heifer here in third, you like her a lot. She's moderate frame, she's big-bodied, she's efficient. Again, compared to the heifers directly ahead of her, she's maybe a 1 or 2 ribs shorter sided. Maybe her top gets up in her a little bit as she goes, but maybe not quite the length of hip as those 2 cattle that go directly ahead of her. But certainly there's a sound-structured, big-bodied, moderate-framed heifer that's got a lot of cow power left in her.
Up next, the ring for the Balancer females will be class number 2, Spring Balancer heifer calf, born April 9th through April 30th. Here's the results on class number 1. First place, 33.83, Molly Anderson, Marion, North Carolina. Second, 33.80, Alexandria Robb, Markle, Indiana. Third, 33.81, Green Hills, Gelbvieh, Mount Ula, North Carolina. The placing in program 132. Once again in the ring, class 2, Spring Balancer heifer calf, born April 9th through April 30th, 2019. Your judge, Kyle Perez, Naravisa, New Mexico. Over on the Red Angus side in the ring, this is class 107, senior heifer calves, with our judge, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska.
In our Red Angus show, we got a class of Septembers. We're going to start a female that she might not have the best genetic profile with her EPDs and everything, but I really like this heifer. So fluid and easy moving, elegant up through that front end, got that hip structure. I'll grant she's not the thickest heifer in the class, but I think here's the best brood gal of the class. Just so good down that top line and everything, and fresh looking heifer I really like starting this class with. Changed type a little bit on the second place heifer, a very maternal looking female, big rib, big turn into that rib, a heifer that maybe is not as elegant up over the point of that shoulders and up over that top of that wither, and probably don't have the pin setting compared to our top heifer. But here's one that's moderate in her size, a lot of capacity, very efficient kind of a female. I thought she fell in second very easy for me. Third heifer, when she walked in the ring, I really liked the body, the style to her. She just struggles up on that shoulder too much for me. She's laboring up on that deal. It gets a little straighter on her, and she just not as fluid enough up there. But you got to love the springer rib. Again, the bone underneath her, the foot shape to her. Again, I just like to see her a little more fluid. Next heifer gets a little frailer for me, a little flatter in that shoulder, roaches up a little bit. But again, big hip in this heifer, just a heifer that's got the head shape, the skull through there that I like to see in these females. Next heifer, I'd like to clean up in that brisket a little bit, just make her a little deeper in that hock. Next heifer, dark red heifer, just coming around, just gets too bold for me up in that front end, a little boulder headed kind of a female. I like to refine her up in there. I do admire her mass about her. I'd like to change her, maybe her foot shape a little again on her, but again, admire for her boldness and her stoutness about it. Just like to see more femininity. Next two heifers are very feminine, but they don't have the body mass, and maybe that's why they look that feminine. But the heifers I just like to stouten up. The heifer rounding out the class gets up on them hind legs a little bit, just don't have the flare down through that lower quarter I like to see, and just I'd like to change them hind legs. Thank you.
On the balancer side, really good place to start. Heifer that's going to win the class is very maternal in her kind. She's moderate in terms of her frame, but with that, she's got some weight to her. Her class advantage probably starts at the ground. She's so good in terms of her feet and legs and her structure. I like the angle of the shoulder, the flex to that knee, the way she handles that hip and hock. Again, she's a capacious female, like that depth of heart, the center body that she has, the dimension that she offers when you get behind her. The heifer that comes second is long-sided and extended. You like that about her. She's really elegant up through that front end. I'd just like to see more rib and body and capacity to get her ahead of that heifer that wins the class. Also like to see her reach a little more correctly off that hind two. We get into a pair of red heifers here, and I just see more quality in three. She's longer sided, she's more up-headed, she's just a little more better put together in terms of her design and overall balance. Round out the class with a red heifer that certainly has some top and some hip to her. She just strikes me as one that's a little harder in terms of her kind. Like to just see her a little more dimension all the way through.
Stay on the balancer side for the results, then we'll go to the Red Angus. Class 2 results, Spring Balancer Heifer Calf, first place 3374, DTK Cattle Company, Janesville, Iowa. Second, 3373, Wilkinson Gelbvieh Ranch, Model, Colorado. Third, 3377, Lane Enyart, Veneta, Oklahoma. Fourth, 3375, Cooper Gelbvieh, Burdett, Kansas. Up next, the ring will be Class 3 Spring Balancer Heifer Calf, born April 1st through April 8th, 2019. Over on the Red Angus side, in the ring at this time, this is your Fall Heifer Calf Division Championship. Here's the results on Class 107. First place, 5197, Hannah Taylor, Tennyson, Indiana. Second, 5202, Seeley Bedwell, Holt, Missouri. Third, 5205, Brett Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma. Fourth, 5201, Madison Adams, West End, North Carolina. Fifth, 5207, Zachary Griffith, Justin, Texas. Sixth, 5195, Helm Farms, Geary, Oklahoma. Seventh, Diamond L Genetics, Ogallala, Kansas. Eighth, 5200, Chesney Dickinson, Ogallala, Kansas. Placing your programmer as follows: 5, 3, 2, 4, 8, 7, 1, 6. First and seconds back in the ring from 106 and 107. This is your Fall Heifer Calf Division Championship with our judge, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska.
For a Red Angus show, I think we got 4 individuals in contention out here that are really unique in their kind, very similar in their kind. We have maybe one heifer's a little more maternal looking, but really like our pair of heifers up here on the front line. So sound, so beautifully presented, got some shape to them, got some chest floor under them. Females I really like. The seconds, we'll pick you a champion. We'll bring a second up out here to compare, but again, give them a round of applause. A lot of times this fall division gets a little weaker. We got 2 awful good ones up here on the front line.
Grand champion fall heifer calf comes out of class 106. That's 5190 Morley Griffith, Shawnee, Oklahoma. That'll move 5188 in the consideration reserve. And the reserve comes from class 107. That's your fall heifer calf reserve. That's 5197 Hannah Taylor, Tennyson, Indiana. Up next, we move to a single entry class. 2 classes in the next division for intermediate heifer. It'll be class 108, single entry, late summer yearling heifers. This one born July 3rd, 2018.
The Red Angus show, we only have a single entry, a July heifer. I think the first thing we got to realize how much top this heifer has, and the width and the spread of the pins on this heifer. That to me, that's her best angle. When you look down over that top, fullness of rib right behind that shoulder and everything, just a really, really nice feminine kind of a July heifer that, again, you always say they could sure take more competition. This heifer sure could.
Up next for the Red Angus Class 109 Summer Yearling Heifers, here's results on Class 108, the single entry. First place 5209, Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. Once again, Class 109 Summer Yearling Heifers coming in. Birth dates May 1st through June 30th, 2018. After this class, we'll have our Intermediate Heifer Division Championship.
This class of April Red Angus heifers, we got 4 issues. I'd like to see all 4 of them get out and move and a little better on their feet and legs. We're going to go off of the big, deep-sided kind of a heifer, big hip heifer. Got a little chest floor in her anymore. I'd like to see it, and I'd like to change her on her hock a little bit. But you got to appreciate the depth of side, depth of flank, the top she has. Again, just like to see her move out a little better. Second place heifer, over the third, a little more fluid, not as much fat in that udder already. I do appreciate that when comparing the two. I'd like to refine her up a little bit in that front end, but again, it's got the shape of the side when the viewer on the side, cleanness of joints on her and everything. I thought she fell into second real easy for me. Third heifer gets a little, carrying a little excess in that lower 1/3 of her body. Struggles up on that front end on the move a little bit. I'd just like to see her a little more fluid up there. But again, she has enough body to her. Just like to change them underpinnings. The heifer going to round out the class. Gets a little tight in that loin for me. And when you see that, it's usually they'll peg on them hind legs a little bit. But just like to see a little more efficiency and a little sounder in the heifer that's going to round out the class.
On the balancer side, this class of heifer calves is really, really good, and the quality is good all the way through this class, as good as any class we've had up to this point on both of these shows. There's just a lot of quality in these top 2 heifer calves. They both are long-sided. They both have a very good look from the side, but there's some differences that split them. And I think structure is the main thing, and it's not so much in terms of just her feet and legs, but I think structure in terms of her top line, her hooks to her pins. This heifer, this is more collected that wins the class in her top line and her top line structure when she was put in motion. You get off to the side of her, she's really has a presence about her. She's up-headed and extended, and yet she's so long-sided. She's really long from her shoulder back into her hip. She's got a nice underline to her. Again, one that's very good in terms of her feet and legs. The heifer that comes in second, like I said, she's very high quality as well. Perhaps not as long-sided, and yet when this heifer gets in motion, she's fighting the halter a little bit, but she wants to get that top line pinched up in her and roll that tail head up ever so slightly when she goes. That's the main thing that separates those 2 heifers. I just see more presence in the one that wins the class. The young man's got a really good heifer here in third, really true at the ground, really good in terms of structure. You like her rib and her body and her stoutness. From the side, she's a little shorter-sided heifer. Like to extend her out if we could, but certainly one that's very functional and very problem-free, going to be efficient cow prospect. The heifer that comes next, the red heifer, again, a really good one. You like her lines, her length of top, her levelness from hooks to pins. Again, maybe not quite, she's a little straighter in terms of her shoulder, and again, doesn't have quite the length of body of those cattle directly ahead of her, but certainly a good female that's got a very nice look from the side, straight and strong down that top line. The heifer here comes next, again, it has a nice presence to her, nice presented female. Again, you get right in front of this heifer, not quite as bold through that heart and down into that forerib as some of the other cattle. From the side, you see her want to break a little bit behind her shoulders. Again, there's like to see a little more length of side to her if we could. Heifer that rounds out the class is stout. She's heavy muscled. Again, one that this like to change structurally. You analyze her in her shoulder, her top line, and how she handles that hip and hock.
In our Red Angus show for our summer yearling champion here, we've got a July heifer, very beautifully designed, everything. I've talked about the best view on her is down that top line, the way them pins set into her, relatively sound on the movement. Then we go into a May heifer, really stout, made kind of a heifer. I commented in class I'd like to change her a little bit on the movement. Congratulations, your July heifer will be the division winner. Automatically, that moves her May up to reserve. Congratulations.
Catch you up on results here. Let's stick on the Red Angus side. Go back to Class 109 results there. Summer yearling heifers first place was 52-13. That's also your grand champion, your reserve champion intermediate heifer, 52-13. E.B. Brook, 30-81. Ethan Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. Second place in that class was 52-16. Barrett Allen, Ardmore, Oklahoma. Third, 52-17. Ethan Bolden, Bennett, Colorado. Fourth, 52-14. Cass Kleeman, Bramer, Missouri. Your champion intermediate heifer is 52-09. Rojas late to the party, 82-13. Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. And once again, your reserve was out of the next class, 52-13. Ethan Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. Up next for the Red Angus will be Class 110 April Spring Yearly Heifers, born April 1st through the 30th of 2018. Our judge once again, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska, on that side of the show ring. Back over on the balancer side, in the ring, Class 4 Spring Balancer Heifer Calf, born March 10th through March 31st, 2019. Our judge, Cal Perez, Visa de Mexico. Going back to Class 3, here's the results. First place, 33-66, Harley Sargent, Denison, Texas. Second, 33-69, Aiden Robb, Markle, Indiana. Third, 33-71, Cole Youngblood, Columbus, Kansas. Fourth, 33-64, Taylor Martins, Monona, Iowa. Fifth, 33-70, J.C. Diane Carroll, Raymore, Missouri. Sixth, 33-67, Severson, Land and Cattle, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. In your programs, the placings for Class 3 Spring Balancer Heifer Calf on the balancer side are as follows. 3-5 scratch, 2-4 scratch. Top of the next page, 1-6. Once again in the ring with our judge, Kyle Perez from Visa de Mexico. This is Class number 4, Spring Balancer Heifer Calf, born March 10th through the 31st, 2019.
Heifer calf class here with a lot of differences in it. I'm going to use a female to me that puts the most good things together, and it starts with structure. Heifer that's really good in terms of her feet and legs and her angles. She's very broody in terms of her kind. She's got a lot of spring to that heart and depth into that center body and flank, and yet she's so good from hooks to pins and the set to her hind leg, just very functional in the way that one's designed. I like the added length of body that I find in the second place heifer, and that's certainly advantage over the class winner. But with that, there's a heifer that I just like to change her from her hock down to the ground. The way she handles that hip and hind leg, she parks it nice. She looks nice balanced from the side. You like the length and extension up through that front end, the length of top line. This perhaps when I put her in motion, like to change that hind leg structure if we could. And the heifer that rounds out the class, again, maybe the highest performing heifer in the class with added length and size and substance. With that, maybe not quite the balance or overall structural correctness that we see in our class winner, but certainly a high performance heifer that's got a lot of good to her as well.
Up next on the balancer side will be class number 5, Spring Balancer Heifer Calves born March 1st through March 9th. His results on class number 4. First place, 33.56, Lily Grace Judd, Pomona, Kansas. Second, 33.55, Keisha Elber, Guide Rock, Nebraska. Third, 33.61, Sydney Wilkinson, Hooker, Oklahoma. Placings in your programs for class 4 are as follows: 3, scratch, scratch, 2, 1. Once again in the ring, class 5, Spring Balancer Heifer Calves born March 1st through March 9th, 2019. That's our last class before our division championship for Spring Balancer Heifers.
In our Red Angus, in our Red Angus show, again, we got 2-3 individuals up here that I think are pretty nice. The dark red heifer, I'm going to start with class with, just got the elegance out here, the movement and everything. Just comes out of the top of that shoulder so nice into that spine. Love the slope of that shoulder on her. A lot of mass, a lot of body to her. If I was going to criticize this heifer, I'd like to maybe tone that tail head down a little bit and change her on her hock some. I can't justify it in my own mind, but when she's on the move, her hock, it's fine. She's got a lot of reach. It's clean in her hocks. Just like to change her there a little bit, but so elegant, so feminine up through that front end. Really like her. Second place heifer, again, follows her most like any other heifer calf. A little more maternal look to her. Don't have the cleanness of neck and the length of extension of neck as our top heifer. But here's an extremely deep-sided kind of a heifer. Again, I said earlier, I talk a lot about hooks to pins and everything. This heifer really has it. Just don't have the scope and the style that the heifer that won the class. Third heifer, first thing I'd like to do on her is clean her up in her udder, see her a little further along in calf. And that's one thing, the heifer that won the class, I did admire that, how far along she's in calf. But here's a very elegant female up in that front end, gets a little weak in that loin. Just like to clean her up in that udder and see her a little further along calf. It's a short-tailed heifer here, just gives up too much body mass. Don't carry down in that flank like the heifers that precede her. But again, a nice heifer. The heifer that's going to round out the class with gets a little restricted on that movement again and everything, but a big old high volume thing that's got some thickness all the way through her skeletal makeup. Just gets outclassed and outhorsed in this class.
Next in the ring for the Red Angus will be Class 111 March yearling heifers born March 1st through the 31st, 2018, with our judge Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. Here are the results on Class 110 April Spring yearling heifers. First place, 52-20, Hadley Hartman, Tecumseh, Nebraska. Second, 52-29, Jens Lind, Rushford, Minnesota. In third, 52-21, Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. Fourth, 52-19, Zachary Griffith, Justin, Texas. Fifth, 50-38, Brant Allen, Ardmore, Oklahoma. In your programs, the placings for Class 110 are as follows for the Red Angus: 2-5-1, 3 scratch 4. Once again in the ring, Class 111, March yearling heifers. These born March 1st to the 31st, 2018 on the Red Angus side. After this class will be the Senior Intermediate Heifer Division Championship. Also like to thank the North American Junior Red Angus Queen, event queen, Callie Hicks, 21 years old, daughter of James and Marcy Hicks from Midway, Kentucky. She's a senior at the University of Kentucky studying agriculture communications. Following her May graduation, she will be obtaining her master's at Oklahoma State University. Thank you to North American Junior Red Angus event queen, Callie Hicks.
Again, another really nice set of heifer calves, and I think one that wins a class I like quite a bit in terms of her balance and design. She's awfully good. In terms of her feet and legs, she's awfully good in the way she's structured. From there, she's very capacious. You like the depth of that heart, the spring and outward shape to that rib cage. She's a wide-based female that comes very wide to her pins. The heifer in second is really, really good too. I like the structure in this heifer. She's very flexible out of that shoulder. She handles her hip and hock very correctly from the side. She's a big-bodied female, again, that, like I said, that's very loose structured. With that, she wants to get a little looser down that top line. She wants to get a little easier in behind them shoulders, but that's being very critical of a really good heifer. Maybe not quite the strength and overall width of the heifer that goes ahead of her. Maybe like to lay her tail head down ever so slightly if we could, but that's a very nice heifer there in second. Young man's got a good red heifer here in third. She's big top, she's big hip, she's got some substance of bone to her, yet she's a female that's got some capacity and some width. Again, maybe like to loosen her up and see her move a little more reach out of that front end if we could. I like the maternal look of this heifer that comes in third, the shape of her head, the shape of her neck, the shape to her center body. From her hooks back is where I like to change this heifer, from hooks to pins, and especially when you study her down into her hock and down to the ground, like to change the structure off that rear leg if we could. Young lady's heifer that comes next, again, certainly a long-sided heifer that's got some growth to her. Again, like to see a little more width and fleshing ability in this heifer. When you study her in her heart and down into her forerib, study her back into her flank, just like to see a little more softness if we could.
Up next on the balancer will be the Spring Balancer Heifer Division Championship. First and seconds back in the ring from classes 1 through 5. Speaking of class 5, here are the results. First place, 33-51, Carly Rumfeld, Phillipsburg, Missouri. Second, 33-53, TR Cattle Company, Glencoe, Oklahoma. Third, 33-32, Landon Vance Linneman, Hildreth, Nebraska. Fourth, 3349, Green Hills Gelbvieh, Mount Ula, North Carolina. Fifth, 3330, Hilltop Farms, Benny McWilliams, Asbury, Missouri. And your programs of placings for Class 5 are as follows: 2, 3, 1, 5, 4. Once again, 2, 3, 1, 5, 4. Up next, Class 6, Division 1, Spring Balancer Heifer Calf Championship. First and seconds back in the ring from classes 1 through 5 with our judge, Kyle Perez from Deravisa, New Mexico, a graduate of Kansas State University.
In a Red Angus show, I'm going to make a switch in my second and thirds, and I'll tell you a little bit here. We got a definite class winner here. So balanced up, so nice. Again, hip, pin structure, hind leg structure. Love the bone under this heifer, a heifer that I think is a pretty good one. Second heifer in the class, I'm going to move her up just because she's got a little more base under her. Tracks out a little wider from me, handles that hind leg probably a little nicer. Maybe gives up a little bone compared to our third heifer, and a little elevation up and through that neck out of that shoulder junction in our third heifer. But a heifer, both my first heifers far along in calf, and I sure appreciate that about them. But I think these two heifers go to better, a little better than the heifer I had in second. Third heifer I love, or excuse me, third long spine kind of a heifer. Heifer sure got some lower rib to her and everything. Maybe like to see a little higher rib. Like to change this heifer out in that pin area a little bit. Spread them pins out a little bit and just maybe change her in that tail head a little bit. But three really good heifers in this class. Next heifer, I like to see a little more femininity in this heifer. I like to pull that tail head back. That tail head sets up in her a little bit. Gets restricted in that loin and that hind leg movement, but a lot of mass, a lot of true stoutness about that heifer. Next heifer, again, gets a little frailer in her muscle structure all the way through. Carries a little more brisket between them front legs and everything. Don't have the springer rib, but again, very elegant female. Super long hip again heifer, just not quite as bold structured and sound structured as the heifers before. Heifer's going to round out the class with another good heifer. This would be one of the better heifers that's rounded out some of these classes. Heifer that gets a little weak in that loin, but just a really stylish heifer that'll make a darn good cow.
get those results to you in just a moment. Up next will be Grand Champion Senior Intermediate Heifer selection on the Red Angus side with our judge, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska.
Well, as we've worked through the shows today, I haven't talked to division yet because I think it's been pretty straightforward. But in this particular division, you can do a lot of different things. And I think one thing that all these cattle out here in this first place lineup offer is quality. And if you're impressed with the quality like I am, give these exhibitors a big round of applause. This very classy set of females. With that, these females have some function and some practicality to them as well, and I'll briefly describe them. I mean, the heifer that comes out of the first class, very broody in her kind, very useful in her kind, again, good in terms of structure. Maybe get her out here, she's a little easier in top line and maybe gets her tail head up a little bit, but that's very nitpicky of a very good female. The heifer in the second class, very functional in her kind, maybe not quite the balance of the look as some of them out here, but one that's certainly functional and very correct in their structure. The heifer that comes out of the third class gives you a great presence about her. You like the way she's designed up through that front end and the length and extension that she offers. She's very sound in terms of structure. Without question, she's got maybe as much growth and future left in her. At the same time, you get her out here, is she maybe quite deep enough from the side? That's the only question that I have in her at this stage of her life, because she's going to be a big female when she grows up, but she offers a very nice balance. She's very hooked together. She's got the length and structure to go with it. Again, a very nice presence about her. The heifer that comes out of the next class, just very broody in terms of her kind. She's got that center body that you like. She's soft in her flank. She's sound in terms of structure. You get her out here, she's a little plainer up through that head, maybe not quite as long-sided as some of the other cattle, but certainly a good female that's very practical. And then the heifer that comes out of the last class, she's one that's a little more moderate in terms of frame size, but very cow-like in terms of design. You like the sweep and dimension of rib that she has. You get off to this side, I maybe like to maybe stretch this one out a little longer from the side if I could, make her rib longer, but certainly one that's very sound structured and very correct. So those are the differences that I see in the cattle. I'm going to look at them one more time and pick you a champion in reserve, but this super thrilled with the quality of these cattle. There's differences in them, but they're certainly very good in their own right. Again, my hat's off to you as breeders and exhibitors.
We had a correction in your programs on that balancer. That was my mistake. The placing should be 13254. 13254. My apologies. Spring balancer heifer calf champion is 3366 out of class 3. Harley Sargent, Denison, Texas, with T-Bar S. Mescasino, 113 GET. That'll move 3369 in consideration for reserve.
Getting down into these older heifers here and stuff, for this division champion, I really like both these heifers, and you could talk about them all day and everything, and I think we've got three heifers really in contention out here. The big dark red heifer's just got so much to offer. The turn of that rib, the way it comes out of that spine, you just love. She's stout enough made, but she's still feminine made to make a really good gal. I commented in class with that tail head a little bit and that hind leg structure, and you come out here and I still yet in my mind can't describe how she puts that leg down, but it's a little different, but beautiful from hooks to her hocks, the way that muscle is laid in there, the stifle muscle she has, just a really nice heifer. Second place heifer, maybe not quite as
I've showed these cattle. It's tough, it's competitive, but I think we had two really good females there in 1 and 2, and that's how I saw them today. The heifer here in third is very attractive. She's very up-headed. She's very strong-topped. You like that about her. She's very fresh in terms of her condition. Maybe not quite the overall substance and power as the cattle that go directly ahead of her, but certainly a functional female, one that's made very nice from the side. The heifer that rounds out the class is long-sided and extended, just not as bold or massive in terms of design from her shoulder back.
Up next in the ring for the balancer will be Class 13 Senior Balancer Heifer Calf, born September 1st through October 31st, 2018. Here's the results on Class 12 Senior Balancer Heifer Calf. First place, 3308, J.C. Forbes, DeSmet, South Dakota. Second, 3311, Green Hills, Gelbvieh, Mount Ula, South Carolina. Mount Ula, North Carolina. My eyes are playing tricks. 3306 is third, Little Windy Hill Farms, Max Meadows, Virginia. Fourth, 3309, and is Cameron Nowak, Bland, Missouri. And your programs of placings are as follows: 2, 4, 1, scratch 3. Once again, 2, 4, 1, scratch 3. In the ring, this will be Class 13, the Senior Balancer Heifer Calf, born September 1st through October 31st, 2018. After this, we'll have our next Division III championship. When we restart on the Red Angus side, we'll be into the bulls. Spring Bull Calf Division, we have 3 classes. Our first class will be 201 May Bull Calves when we resume. Once again, we'll be resuming the Red Angus show as soon as our officials and our judge return to the show ring, please, so we can continue with the bulls. We have 3 classes of bulls in the first division for the Red Angus. It'll be Class 201. 3 entries coming in the first class. Thank you.
In these winter heifer calves, we have a class here that's a little different in terms of their type and kind, and it's, you know, there's some cattle in here that all have their advantages, and to me, this heifer that's going to win the class has the quality look, and the main reason that she probably wins the class is her feet and legs. This is easily the soundest structured heifer when you analyze her. The way that she gets out of her shoulder and reaches out of her front end. You analyze her top line, her levelness of hip, the set to that hind leg. She's the most collected when she gets up and she goes. From there, there's a quality look in that female. She's strong top, she's long-sided, she's got some dimension to her. Perhaps when I get off of the side of her, I'd like to maybe give her more center body. I'd be the first to admit that. And that's where the advantage is in the heifer that's in second. I love this heifer in terms of her rib, her depth of heart, her center body, her depth of flank, her length of hip. This is a very sharp, very angular, very attractive female that's here in second. When I put this heifer in motion is where I have a problem with this heifer. When you study her down in her hock and down to the ground, I just like to see more of attractive, a little more stable set and drive as she goes off those hind two. Maybe gauge her a little wider, but that's certainly a very good, big-bodied, broody female that's very angular there in second. The heifer here in third is very stout in terms of design. She's got top, she's got hip, she's got power. This heifer, this gets a little straighter in terms of shoulder. You see that there when she takes a step. She wants to get up in her top as she goes. Just like to see her reach and flex a little more with a little more reach and ease as she goes. But certainly a good female that's got a lot of balance from the side. The heifer that comes next is long-sided. She's capacious. She's powerfully designed. Perhaps, again, structures where this one could be changed. You analyze her the way she handles and drives off that hind leg. Young lady's heifer that comes next is very useful in terms of her kind. Do you like that about her? You get her out here. Perhaps she's a little shorter-sided heifer. She gets that tail head a little higher there from the profile, but certainly she's got some body and got some doing ability. The heifer that comes next is one that's nice lined, and you like that about her. She's got some extension up through that front end. She's just shorter-sided and lacks the performance that some of the other cattle have. The young man's heifer that rounds out the class is long-sided and extended. Just like to change that heifer structurally, give her some more rib and body and volume if we could.
Here's results on Class 13 Senior Balancer Heifer Calf, just in front of our division championship. First place, 32.98, Alexandria Robb, Markle, Indiana. Second, 33.05, Brittany Jewel Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri. Third, 3300, Briley Thiel, Kyle City, Oklahoma. Fourth, 3302, Casey Brown, Dwight, Kansas. Fifth, 3304, that is Hilltop Farms, Benny McWilliams, Asbury, Missouri. Sixth, 3303, Helena Fowler, Lewiston, Montana. 7:32.99, Keaton Gilman, Miami, Oklahoma. And your programs of placings are 2, 5, 6, 4, 3, 7, 1. Once again, 2, 5, 6, 4, 3, 7, 1. Up next, Division III Senior Balancer Heifer Calf Championship. First and seconds back of the ring from classes 12 and 13. Once again, on the Red Angus side, we're back underway. It's Class 201 May Bull Calves in the ring. We have 3 classes total within the Spring Bull Calf division. Our judge is Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska.
To start off our bull show in Red Angus deal, we got a really wide spread. We got a September baby that we saw at the side of his mother in the mature cow show. I commented how whatever they bred that cow to, complimented it to, but we're going to use the May bull, just a little bit more bull. I'd like to see a little more shape of that rib coming out of that spine, but got a little dewlap up there. But we've got to use him in this situation. He's just got more power to him. I think he's going to be a longer-sided bull when he matures out, a little longer hip kind of a bull. But 2 interesting bulls for our first class. Congratulations to the breeders.
Up next for the Red Angus will be Class 202 April Bull Calves. Here's the results on Class 201 May Bull Calves. First place, 52.75. JCL Red Angus LLC, Welch, Oklahoma. Second, 52.77, Ethan Bolden, Bennett, Colorado. The scratch was 53.56. In your programs, it's 2, scratch 1. There's the results on that last division for Balancer. Division 3 Senior Balancer Heifer Calf Champion was 3308. Coming out of class number 12, that is T-Bar S Miss Tootsie, J.C. Forbes, Dissiment, South Dakota. The reserve comes from the same class year champion out of class 12. That's 3311. That is 855F, Green Hills, Gelbvieh, Mount Ula, North Carolina. Up next, the ring for the Balancer will be class 15, a single entry, intermediate Balancer Heifer. This one born August 2nd, 2018. Two classes in this division.
Single entry in this class, but a good heifer, a heifer that's got some length of body, that's got some top, she's got some hip, and has some power to her. Perhaps we'd like to change this one structurally if we could, but certainly a heifer that's got some length and pounds and some performance.
Result on class 15, single entry, intermediate Balancer Heifer. First place, 32.96, Faye Grace Steenbergen from Cheyenne, Wyoming. Up next, two entries coming in the ring for class 16, intermediate Balancer Heifer, born May 1st through May 30th, 2018. After this, we'll have our next Division 4 championship.
In our Red Angus show, we have just two April calves in the class here, but both have really good testicular development. The dark red calf I'm going to start the class with really has a nice set of EPDs. Profile reads pretty good all the way across. I think he's just a bull that's got a little more future to him, especially through that shoulder area. He's probably not as highly conditioned as our second calf. I like that shoulder up-headedness about him, levelness of hip, very clean made calf. Red calf would have a little more performance in him today, or the yellow calf would have a little more performance in him today. But again, just what I was talking about the first one, that shoulder, he's got a little more lower slung shoulder in him and stuff. I just like to elevate that shoulder up there, rolls up on top of that shoulder. But two really good calves, very competitive calves for our April class.
There's results on the Red Angus side for Class 202 April Bull Calves. First place, 52.79, 6 Mile Red Angus Limited, Fur Mountain, Saskatchewan, Canada. Second place, 52.81, JCL Red Angus LLC, Welch, Oklahoma. The scratch was 52.80. Up next, Class 203 March Bull Calves, just in front of the Spring Bull Calf Division Championship with our judge, Eldon Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska.
As we get into these summer bred heifers, the heifer that I like to win the class is the one that leads out the class. Is, you know, first off, she's definitely closer to calving, but that's not the main reason. I just see this heifer a lot more flexible in terms of motion, and you see it as she gets out and goes. She just has more reach out through that front end. She maintains more collective in terms of that top line. She's just more secure in the way she drives and plants off that hind leg. Besides that, I like the shape and the lower sweep of that center body and the depth of that flank. I certainly like the shape and the design of that teat structure as well. She's going to make a nice broody female. Perhaps when I get right in front of this heifer, I'd like to see a little more width right into that heart, but certainly that's a good female to win this class. We do see more strength and power and top and hip in the heifer here in second. With that said, she's a heifer that's a little more jammed up. When she gets out and goes, she doesn't quite reach out of that front end quite as nice. She wants to get up in that top as she goes, and maybe you'd like to see this heifer a little longer sided, but certainly this is a good heifer that balances up well. Like I said, she's really full and has a lot of dimension and muscle to her. She's very powerful about that hip and stifle. Just like to see her a little more flexible as she goes.
There's results on Class 16 intermediate balancer heifers just in front of our division championship. First place, 32.94, Rupp Wrench, Perry, Oklahoma. Second, 32.95, Grace Steenbergen from Cheyenne, Wyoming. First and seconds back in the ring from classes 15 and 16. This will be your Division 4 intermediate balancer heifer championship. Judge once again, Kyle Perez from Nueva Vista, New Mexico.
In this intermediate division, not a lot of numbers out here, but quality certainly strong. I'm going to keep the two black cattle together as your champion and reserve champion. I just see more brood cow potential in both of these females in terms of rib shape, body, and overall capacity and stoutness.
Really an interesting class in our Red Angus Bull Show. We're going to start the class with a bull that's really got some power. It's really explosive when you view him from the rear out through that stifle. I would have preferred to clip that hind leg out a little different, kind of steered him up in that lower quarter a little bit, and I think it would balance him up quite a bit better. But you just got to appreciate the mass that bull has, again, right through the center of that quarter. All four of these bulls are really good statistical development. Enjoyed that about him. Here's a bull that followed him most like in class. The biggest thing here, he don't have quite the stifle muscle in him that calf that won the class, so it throws that leg off, maybe looking a little straighter and stuff, but here's really a clean made bull. I really appreciate that about him. Again, he just don't quite have the thickness and overall stifle through him that our top calf does. Third calf is probably the tall top calf bull of the deal. Again, really good statistical development. I'd like to change him out to the pins a little bit, give him a little more shape through that shoulder, that forearm, that forerib a little bit, just to stouten him up a little bit, but you do have to appreciate the performance he does have about him. Fourth place bull in the class just gets a little narrow for me, and just like to bulk him up and see some true more muscle throughout his skeletal makeup.
Catch up on results here. Let's stick with the Red Angus for just a moment. There's results on Class 203 March Bull Calves. First place, 52.86, Hannah Taylor, Tennyson, Indiana. Second, 5288, Timber Creek Ranch, Marietta, Oklahoma. Third, 5289, Timber Creek Ranch, Marietta, Oklahoma. Fourth, 5293, Ethan Bolden, Bennett, Colorado. And your programs of placings are 4, 2, 3, 1, scratch. Up next, Spring Bull Calf Division Championship. First and seconds back in the ring from classes 201, 2, and 3. Our judge, Eldon Krebs, Gordon, Nebraska. Back over on the balancer side. In the ring at this time is Class 18 Junior Balancer Heifers, born March 1st through April 30th, 2018. Going back to that last division championship, Intermediate Balancer Heifer champion was 32.94. That comes out of Class 16. That is Zelda, Rupp Ranch, Perry, Oklahoma. The reserve was 32.95 from the same class as your champion. That would be Butler's Frida, 133F, Grace Steenbergen from Cheyenne, Wyoming. Once again in the ring with our judge, Cal Perez of Nera Vista, New Mexico. This is Class 18, Junior Balancer Heifers, born March 1st through April 30th, 2018.
For our first class in our Red Angus show, 3 really nice bulls, a May, an April, and a March. The little May bull, I don't think he's feeling the best. He's trying to drop that ear out here, and I commented him in class. He's a big, really big hip deal, but he's a little under the weather today. The April calf here right beside me here, I really like the youthfulness about him. He looks right for me. He's youthful. He's very up-headed. Probably the greenest one of our next 2 calves in lineup. Really like the soundness of the calf. Really like the forearm in this bull. This bull I think's got a pretty good little old future to him again. Really like his youthfulness about him. March bull, big old high performing bull. I mean big top, very highly fitted kind of bull. I'd like to maybe youth him up a little bit, but you do have to admire the overall body and structure he's got. Sometimes I think he tends to round up a little for me. That leg gets a little concerning, the hind leg gets a little concerning, but again, a total performance package. I'll pick you a calf champion here.
Grand Champion Spring Bull Calf for the Red Angus comes out of Class 202. That's 52.79, 6-mile Red Angus Limited for Mountain, Saskatchewan, Canada. That'll roll 52.81 into consideration reserve. Reserve Champion Spring Bull Calf comes from the same class as your champion, 202. That is 52.81, JCL Bandito. JCL Red Angus LLC, Welch, Oklahoma. Once again, that champion, 52.79, 6-mile Parabellum. 675G, 6-mile Red Angus Limited for Mountain, Saskatchewan, Canada. Up next, we move to the February Bull Calves, Class 204. We have 3 classes in the Junior Bull Calf division.
This cast of yearling females, I think you got a really good place here to start. Heifer that's going to win the class, to me, is the freshest in terms of her condition. It's very nicely balanced when you analyze her up through that head and neck and down to that chest. She's long-sided, she's extended. Really, she's sound and really sound in terms of her feet and legs. You like her structure, the way she gets out and reaches out of that front end, and the way she handles that hip and hind leg. The heifer that comes next, to me, of the pair of females that's next, to me, there's just a little more female here in terms of center body, in terms of depth of flank. I like the balance that this heifer offers. She's strong top, she's square hipped, she's got a lot of stifle to her. She's just a very good, useful female to fall there in second. The heifer that comes in third, again, one that you like a lot of things about. She's got a lot of presence to her. She's very tall fronted, she's long-sided, she's strong topped. Perhaps the heifer that goes directly ahead of her, maybe not quite as much in that lower flank. Maybe like to see this heifer certainly a little farther and along and closer to calving. That's where the advantage lies in the heifer here and that comes fourth. I appreciate the stage of maturity that she's showing in terms of udder development and springing from behind. She's certainly going to get in production here fairly quick. But with that, here's a heifer that just like to change her angles. When you analyze her up into her shoulder and the set of that hind leg, just like to see her with more flex and reach off both ends of her skeleton. The young man's heifer that comes next is certainly high performing. She's big bodied. She's got a lot of substance to her. She's the biggest outlined heifer in the class. I just like to change this heifer in the way she goes off them front two. She just really rolls and kind of stumbles as she gets along out of that front end. But certainly the young man's done a nice job, and let's give him a big round of applause. And then the young lady's heifer that rounds out the class. Certainly a lot of length of side, just needs more presence and overall substance.
Up next in the ring for the balancer will be Class 19 Junior Balancer Heifers, born January 1st through February 29th, 2018. Here's the results on Class 18 Junior Balancer Heifers. First place, 32.83, J.D. Ledoux, Reheight, South Dakota. Second, 32.93, Wilkinson Gelbvieh Ranch, Model, Colorado. In third, 32.85, Carson Youngblood, Columbus, Kansas. Fourth, 32.92, Hilltop Farms, Asbury, Missouri. Fifth, 32.89. This would be Emily Griffiths, Kindleville, Indiana. That's a switch in your program. Sixth, 32.91 would be Sydney Wilkinson, Hooker, Oklahoma. And your programs of placings are 2, 4, 6, 5, 3, 1. Once again in the ring with our judge Kyle Perez from Nueva Vista, New Mexico. This will be Class number 19, Junior Balancer Heifer, born January 1st through February 29th, 2018. After this, we'll have our next division championship. Then we have one class in the senior championship, which are the same. And then we'll be picking the overall balancer females. Then after that, we'll have a 30-minute break for pictures. Then we'll get into the balancer bulls. That's a look ahead at the schedule on the balancer side of the show ring.
I think we really got something special up here on this calf. He's just a March calf, but really uniquely made, very balanced combination, all that, but great disc development, but he really puts it together for me when you look at how he's made through that body cavity and how well it balances up. He's deep enough flank, got some stifling to him. Like starting the class really well with this calf. Next calf is a high-performing calf, but watch this calf as he walks out the ring. He throws them hind legs every direction. I just like to correct him up on them hind legs a little bit. Don't have the true muscle factor, I think, as our class winner does, but really long spine, really clean fronted, nice bull, plenty of rib to him, but two awful good bulls at the top of this class. Third bull gets a little shorter for me, a little lower slung shouldered kind of a bull. Gives up some length maybe to our fourth bull, but he's quite a bit sounder on them front feet, and that's why he's going to go in third. But I do appreciate the red meat about this third place bull. Bull is round out, just got to have a different placement on them front feet and everything. Good bull, balances up well and everything, gets a little tighter in that loin, but again, the interesting class of March bull calves.
Up next on the Red Angus side will be Class 205 January bull calves. After that, we'll have our Junior Bull Calf Division Championship. Here's the results on Class 204 for the February Bull Calves. First place, 52.96, Niobrara, Red Angus, Lincoln, Nebraska. Second, 52.94, Las Rojas, Frederick, Oklahoma. Third, 53.03, L83 Ranch, West Hope, North Dakota. Fourth, 53.06, J6 Incorporated, Gibbon, Nebraska. Placings in that class in your programs for Class 204 are 4, 3, scratch. Top of the next page, scratch 1, 2. Once again, coming in the ring, Class 205 January Bull Calves, just in front of our Junior Bull Calf Division Championship.
In a Red Angus show, extremely competitive on these top two. It don't take much to find this top bull when you want beef bulls. This bull's sure a beef bull. He's packed full of muscle down that spine. The way it turns down over that 12th rib, you really got to appreciate that. Really a clean made bull. If I was going to criticize this bull one little bit, again, I'd like to change them front feet just a touch. They wing out a little bit on me, but there's a true beef bull that is an asset to the breed. Second place bull, big old deep-sided kind of a bull. Don't have maybe the curvature and the fullness of forerib that our first place bull does. Maybe has a little bit of different bone design to him, but here's a massive bull. He looks like, to me, he's a bull that could sire some high maternal females. I didn't really pay attention on his milk EPD here, but here's a bull that's stout enough, got enough maturity to him. He'll sire some awful good females. Third bull falls right in line for me. A bull that gives up some performance a little bit compared to the top two. Gives up a little bit of length out through that hooks to the pins, but a bull that's very stylish made. Up on them pasterns a little bit today. You'd like to relax him on them a little bit, but also a very complete bull. We go into a tall top kind of a bull that maybe don't have enough flank in him for me today. That short tail kind of throws him off, and you got to really analyze him a little bit, see how well he does balance up, but I'd still like to drop him down a little bit, just give him a little more lower 1/3. Bull we're going to round out the class with, he's got some muscle shape, but it's a hard muscle. I'd like to soften his muscle up again, also drop him down a little bit and just give him a little more performance, but a good top kind of a bull. It's a nice class of older bouquets.
Back on the balancer side, very maternal female to win this class. Heifer that's really fresh in terms of her design, really elegant up through that front end. Female that comes back into a nice rib cage, nice depth to that center body and flank. Her teats are spread nice, really refined in terms of teat spacing. Again, one that's really sound in terms of structure, one that's going to make this a beautiful 2-year-old replacement. The heifer that comes next, probably our class advantage over the one that goes ahead of her. She's stouter boned, she's stouter featured. She's maybe gauged a nickel wider when you get into front of her and behind her. Perhaps when I get off to the side of her, I don't see quite as much flank as I do in the heifer that goes directly ahead of her. Not quite the overall balance and design, but certainly a good female, one that's fresh and elegant up through that front end, and you like that about her. The heifer that comes next is certainly long-sided and high-performing, but with that, she's maybe past her end point to nickel. Her chest is starting to drop out of her, and she's this doesn't have that classy look about that head. I'd like to change the way she handles that hock, too, as she takes a step, but certainly a long-sided female that's been a nice project for this young lady. The heifer that comes next is nice balanced. You like that about her. She's straight and strong down that top line. She's good from hooks to pins, and she's good in terms of structure. You get off to the side of her, I'd just like to see more length in this female. I'd just like to see more length of side and also length of front. She's just a little jammed up when you get off to the side of her. The heifer that comes next is very flexible, very loose made. She's a powerful heifer. She's got a lot of dimension as you study her throughout. Certainly commend the young man for getting her bred up, and she's ready to go. I'd just like to change this heifer from a design standpoint, the shape of that neck and the way it ties into the top of that shoulder. Like to strengthen her up behind them shoulders and trim her down on that tail head. The heifer that comes next is certainly powerful in terms of design, just one we'd like to change structurally, especially you watch her go off them hind two. Same for the heifer that comes next, a heifer that needs to be changed structurally. Just see more overall rib and body and production in that one as well.
Catch up on results here. Let's stick on the balancer side. Class 19 junior balancer heifer. Placings are as follows. Maybe. First place, 3275, Carly Rumfelt, Phillipsburg, Missouri. Second, 3272, Green Hills, Gelbvieh, Mount Ula, North Carolina. In third place, 3281, Tegan Bird, Hampton, Iowa. In fourth, 3273, Cale Reese from Cale Reese, Taubenheim, Amherst, Nebraska. Fifth place, 3280, that's Riley Gelbvieh, balancer, St. Francis, Kansas. Sixth place, 3271, Mitch Garcia, Los Animas, Colorado. 7:32.79, Lane Enyart, Veneta, Oklahoma. Up next, we'll have our division championship for Division 5. First and seconds back in the ring from 18 and 19. Judge once again on that side, Cal Perez, Naravisa, New Mexico. After this division championship, we have the senior balancer heifer class, which is a single entry. It'll also be a division. Then we'll have the overall balancer female selection and a 30-minute picture break before we get to the balancer bulls. Back over on the Red Angus in the ring, this is your junior bull calf championship for the division. First and seconds back in the ring from 204 and 205. Here's the results on 205. First place, 53-16, Weber Land and Cattle, Lake Benton, Minnesota. Second, 53-12, J6 Incorporated, Gibbon, Nebraska. Third, 53-14, BJ Farms, Henning, Minnesota. Fourth, 53-15, Jared Zur from Oakley, Kansas. Fifth, 53-13, Ashley Caldwell, Avery, Texas. In your programs, the placings for Class 205 are as follows. Scratch 1-4, 3-2-5 scratch. Once again, this is your Junior Bull Calf Division Championship with our judge, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska.
In a Red Angus show, and I'm finally starting to learn you don't bark real loud into this thing or it blows you out, but I think we got two exceptional bull calves up here for this division. The dark red calf, so fresh in his condition, fresh looking. Love the head shape, skull structure. I like the way that neck ties into that shoulder. A lot of rib, a lot of true muscle through this bull, not highly fitted. Very true on his feet and legs. The lighter colored bull that come out of our oldest bull class, a lot of weight here for his age. Big explosive top to him. Maybe don't have quite the stout breeder's head that I like on our first bull. Both bulls got plenty of depth to them, plenty of depth of ring, statistical development. This calf I'd like to see track a little tour and be a little sounder on that front end. Thus, your dark red bull will be your calf champion. Nice bull.
Grand champion junior bull calf is 52.96. That comes out of Class 204. Neo Cargo, Niobrara, Red Angus, Lincoln, Nebraska. That'll move 52.94 into consideration reserve.
In our Red Angus show, the bull that's coming second out of that class pulled up in contention. You really got to like the length of spine to this bull. Big old long up-headed kind of a bull. Gives up a little bone structure up underneath him there and a little trueness of muscle right through the center of the quarter. He's not perfect up front either. Thus, this bull will be your reserve calf champion. Thank you.
On the balancer side, certainly a good set of cattle that are standing out here. The two females that represent the class winners certainly been fed right in terms of their freshness and in terms of their design. They're sound structured cattle that have some length of side and some length of hip. The heifer that comes out of the first class compared to the one in the second class, maybe just a gauged wider heifer, a heifer that's got a little more width of chest. She's got a little more mass down her top line, and she's pinned a little wider when you get in behind her, and maybe certainly steps down on a little more substance of bone. Probably the advantages for the heifer in second is the sharpness and the freshness about her head. Certainly one that's going to be very nice in terms of her teat and udder structure and udder development. Again, one that's really square and good in terms of her lines. So with that, I'm going to pick the one I like the best. Congratulations, these exhibitors.
Real quick on the Red Angus side, the reserve champion junior bull calf was 53-16. That is Shameless, Weber Land and Cattle, Lake Bend, Minnesota. Back over here on the balancer side, your champion for this division, junior balancer heifer champion, comes out of class 18. That is Mercedes, J.D. Ledoux, Rehide, South Dakota, 32-83. And your reserve junior balancer heifer champion is 32-75. That comes out of the last class 19. That is Rob Miss Farah, Carly Rumfelt, Phillipsburg, Missouri. Up next, we have a single entry, single class within the division. This will be class 21 senior balancer heifer. This one born December 26, 2017. This is also your senior balancer heifer division championship. After this, overall balancer female selection and reserve, then the picture break. Over on the Red Angus side of the ring is class 206 winter bull calves. Two classes within this fall bull calf division. First of two in the ring right now.
A single entry on the balancer side in the senior yearling division, but a heifer that's got a lot of quality to her. She's really attractive up through that front end. She's got some length aside and some strength and levelness of top line. Heifer that's really good from hooks to pins. Certainly one that could stand more competition. We'll evaluate her some more when we get her back out here, but congratulations to this young man on a single entry, be a class winner and a division champion.
Result on class 21 senior balancer heifer. First place and champion senior balancer heifer, 32-70. Miss Lifeline, Cody Brown, Dwight, Kansas. Up next, we'll bring back our champion and reserve champions from each of our divisions, 1 through 6. This will be your overall balancer female championship. Judge once again, Kyle Perez from NWSS, New Mexico. Graduate of Kansas State University. Grew up on a registered Hereford and commercial cow-calf operation. Currently, he ranches with his family in NWSS. They run a registered Hereford and Angus operation along with running a commercial cow herd and recipient calf raiser program. His favorite part about the livestock industry is the people and the ability of producers to continue to improve the quality of cattle. He says he has the best wife and friend in the world, that's Tanya, and they're blessed to have 2 kids, Peyton and Libby Perez. Once again, our judge for this overall balancer female championship, Kyle Perez of NWSS, New Mexico.
In our Red Angus bull show, we're going to start with a bull that I really appreciated. The more I look at him, the more I appreciate him. First off, watch the way he walks out. Long strided. His pasterns are down there where they belong. I really appreciate that about him. But you get up on this bull for a minute's top and butt that he has in him, that's when you really get to liking him. I love the foot shape and everything. A bull that wins this class quite handily, I think. Next 2 bulls, both of them are up on their pasterns and they're on the move. I'm going to prefer this bull a little bit nicer because of his forerib. A little fuller up in that forerib, handles that shoulder a little nicer, maybe a little deeper flank. But he is restricted on them pasterns when he gets on the move. So is this bull, the dark red bull that's going to end up the class with. Gets a little weak up in that front end, shoulder points down there a little lower that I really like. But he also needs to relax on them feet and legs.
Anyone parked on the west side of the cattle barn, if you have a vehicle on the west side of the cattle barn, you need to get it moved immediately. Thank you. Up next, the ring for our Red Angus is Class 207 Senior Bull Calves, born September 1st through October 31st. After this, we'll have our Fall Bull Calf Division Championship. Here's the results on 206. First place, 53-18, Harmony Hill, Leon Cattle Company, Bozeman, Montana. Second, 53-20, JCL Red Angus LLC, Welch, Oklahoma. Third, 53-19, Diamond L Genetics, Ogallala, Kansas. Once again in the ring, Class 207 Senior Bull Calves. 3 entries by my calculations. After this will be the Fall Bull Calf Division Championship. Then we've got a couple of single entry classes, one more division, maybe 2 more divisions in our Grand Champion Bull selection on the seniors. Judge on that side is Eldon Krebs, Gordon, Nebraska.
Well, on the balancer side out here, certainly been impressed with the quality of cattle and the exhibitors and the preparation and all the management and maintenance that's got into to make these cattle good and good to this point. Certainly as a breeder of livestock and an exhibitor myself, I know the amount of effort and the time that this all takes in terms of preparation, and not only does it start, but from the halter breaking stage, but it starts at the point of conception that these things were developed. And there's a lot of people and a lot of stages in beef production that have to go right in order to get them to this stage, and I get that from the guy that's doing the heat detecting and the A-ion or the selection on the matings, all the way to the calving barn. Then you got to keep them healthy and straightened up. You got to sell them and prep them and get them to this point, and then they got to make every step right when you get here to the ring, because it doesn't matter what breed you're in anymore. It's tough, and it's tough all the way through classes of any of these breeds. And not only is that a compliment to Gelbvieh breeders and balancer exhibitors, but to all the breeds at the National Western Stock Show, the amount of level and ability that both the yards and the heel cattle have gotten in terms of their quality, in terms of their preparation, in terms of their readiness for the stock show. I mean, it's certainly overwhelming. When you get out here and evaluate these balancer females, I think you see quality, and it's female quality. As we start down here at the heifer calf division, there's a lot of future in this female, and you know, if she continues to develop and mass up in terms of that center body, there's one that's really sound, one that's really extended, really fresh and elegant up through that front end. She's going to make a very impressive bred heifer. She gets, you know, she get her into production early and watch that one develop. Certainly some neat things to happen there. I really like the heifer here that comes out of the next division, one that's just very built right, in my opinion, in terms of her design, her balance, her structure. She's fresh in terms of her condition. She's strong down that top. She's got some body to her. She's stout down that top line. She's got some width to that hip and stifle, and she's so good in terms of her feet and legs. This very well balanced, very attractive from the side. Stoutness and soundness is how I describe the fall heifer that comes out of the next division. She was so flexible in that division, and she still is. She gets out and plants those feet good as she goes. From her shoulder back, she's straight and strong in her top line. She's square and thick through that hip and pin set. And again, so attractive in that set of that hind leg. Maybe not quite as elegant as some of the females out here, but certainly one that's very broody and very sound in terms of structure. Really like this heifer that comes next in the intermediate division, a heifer that's certainly fresh in terms of her condition, a heifer that's really massive in terms of that rib and softness into that mid-rib and back into that flank. She's good in terms of structure. She's bred up early too, and those teats are coming down there nice and correct. She's going to have some milk to her. Certainly just a broody female, one that's going to make a really nice cow prospect. The heifer that won the next division, again, very nice balance from the side. You like that about her. You liked her length of side, her soundness of structure. Very well put together, very well design or quality that we see in the other cattle, but a good heifer. A heifer that's very good down her top line. It's got a very good set to her hind leg. So with that, again, like I said earlier, I'd like to thank everybody involved. It's been an honor to evaluate these females, and it doesn't matter what show a guy gets asked to do or what breed it is. If your passion is the livestock industry and the beef cattle business, you got to get excited, and I can't be more excited of the females that I have out here. It's been fun to evaluate them and work with the exhibitors. Again, best of luck to everybody out here, and personally, I'd like to thank everybody that helped out with the management of these heifers. It takes a well of a support team to get to this point. So again, give yourselves a big round of applause. I'll go out and select you a champion female.
In our Red Angus show, 3 really interesting bulls, and you could talk about these 3 all day, but I'm going to start the class with an extremely heavy muscle bull. He's not the tallest top bull in the class. I think he's really sound. Once in a while, I would like to strengthen him up in the back passions a little bit. Them dew claws get a little close to the ground for me. This bull has a lot of natural shape, is not overfed, everything. If you look down the top, the curvature of that rib, and it's the right curvature, the way it comes out of that spine, deep enough. Sure, I'd like to clean him up in that sheath a little bit, but we need a lot of muscle structure in all breeds of cattle, and this bull's really got some structure to him. Second bull, I prefer the size maybe that he is, but he labors up on that front end a little bit. And also watch him, he's on them hind legs, he's up on them passions a little bit, just kind of throws him off balance a little bit. Not as explosive out through that pin area that our first place bull, but a really good up-headed kind of a bull that a lot of people could really use. Third bull just has too much trouble getting around the ring, throws them hind legs out, he just needs to be sound up, but you know, he's still got the rib and stuff, but as he walks out, you can all see that he really struggles on them hind legs.
Your overall balancer female champion is 3294. That's Zilda, Rupp Ranch, Perry, Oklahoma, out of Class 16 and Division 4. That'll move 32.95 into consideration for reserve grade. The reserve grade comes out of the winter balancer heifer calf division. It's 33.40. That is Primo Donna, Volek Gelbvieh, Highmore, South Dakota. I have a 30-minute picture break on the Gelbvieh balancer side. Then we'll get into the bulls. Balancer bulls, then Gelbvieh bulls. Once again, this is your Fall Bull Calf Division Championship.
It all starts with a dream, which turns into dedicating early mornings, late nights, long days in the show barn, and thousands of miles traveling down the road to the next one. The hours, sweat, and perseverance put into achieving these aspirations seem small in comparison to the bigger picture as it becomes a reality. And although you believed you were working toward the goal of banners and buckles, you later realized it was for something much more. Leaving your legacy isn't easy. It takes hard work, dedication, and a never-give-up attitude. But it's within these moments that champions are defined and dreams come true. Sullivan Supply, helping you build your legacy.
I won't make no bones. This is going to be your calf champion. Love the muscle structure and everything and soundness. Like I say, once in a while when he's doing, he'll drop them back pastures down a little bit in that sheath. But a true beef bull, and that's what we're all in the business about. And I really like making him the calf champion. For our reserve, it's going to get a little closer. We got a little straighter shouldered, lower slung shoulder kind of a bull, little brisket in him. Then we got a bull that's a stylish bull that lumbers around a little bit on both ends, but the bull that was second in class will be your reserve champion. Nice bull, nice up-headed bull, beautiful headed bull. Congratulations, nice bull.
Grand champion Fall Bull Calf comes out of Class 207, the senior bull calves. That's 52.53, Timber Creek Ranch, Marietta, Oklahoma. The reserve comes from the same class, your champion, 53.25, Hans Lind, Rushford, Minnesota. Up next, single entry, our first of 4 classes in the junior bull division, Class 210. This one coming in, the single entry is born April 12, 2018. So 4 classes within the junior bull division. And we'll have our division championship, then 3 classes within the senior bull division, and then we'll be selecting our grand champion, Red Angus bull.
we've just got an April coming. He won't be 2 until April, but here's a bull that's got some performance and pretty soft made and pretty soggy made, kind of a bull that, again, he'll sire some calves that's got enough structure to him and enough shape to him that I think he's a pretty nice bull. Got some slope up in that shoulder, got enough forearm for his size to him, relatively big hip into him. Might get just a little pinched at them pins, but not bad. Big old long, thick muscle to him. Good to this, just a nice bull for this April class of the Red Angus bulls.
There's results on Class 210, that single entry, April Spring Yearling Bulls. First place, 5331, McMurphy Farms, Alva, Oklahoma. Up next, another single entry class for Class 211, March Yearling Bulls. This one born March 22nd, 2018. Second class of 4 within this division. Judge once again, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska.
We have a March bull here for a bull show here. Really, really long-sided kind of a bull, and you got to really appreciate that about him. He gets a little straight up in that shoulder for me, and you can see as he moves that shoulder working up in there, gets a little get straight again. Roaches up in that loin a little bit. That makes him throw them hind legs up under him a little bit, but appreciate the overall length of spine he's got. Relatively deep old quarter into him. Not the heaviest muscle bull in the show we've seen, but a bull that I do appreciate the length and everything else that about him. Just a really nice March coming 2-year-old bull.
Up next, the ring will be Class 212, February Yearling Bulls, our third class of 4 in the Junior Bull Division. Here's results on Class 211. First place for the March Yearling Bulls, 5332, Ethan Bolden, Bennett, Colorado. As I mentioned, Class 212 coming in the ring. These will be February Yearling Bulls, born February 5th through February 26, 2018 to be exact. 3 entries in this class.
Well, if you're watching the Red Angus show, it just got heated up a little bit. Two really good beef bulls. I mean, these bulls got some power to them. Bull I'm going to start with, just love him out through that pin area, that hind leg structure, the amount of bone he's got. Not the biggest bull in the world, but a very complete bull. Head structure, everything, the way that neck comes up out of that head, just a really pretty profile and well-balanced bull. Taking nothing away from this bull. This bull's got some forearm, some strength also to him. Not as quite as nicely made out through that pin area. Don't handle the hind leg quite as nice as the first bull, but I really like both of these bulls, and they're powerful, and again, they're beef cattle.
Up next, the single entry Class 213 January yearling bulls, just in front of our division championship for junior bulls. On the Red Angus side, here's the result on Class 212 February yearling bulls. First place, 5338, McKay Cattle Company, Orlando, Oklahoma. Second, 5337, L83, Bar E, Morley Griffith, West Hope, North Dakota. The scratch was 5333. Once again, a single entry for Class 213 in the ring. And up next, Junior Bull Division Championship.
We only have a single entry again. I don't call him the ultimate show bull, but I definitely call him a heifer bull. You go into that heifer aspect and look at that shape of that skull and the smoothness over the point of that shoulder. Adequate bone for a heifer bull. Spring a rib, pretty nice bull. The way his numbers read and here's a bull that the numbers will match the bull. He looks like a Cavanese bull and he's made like a Cavanese bull, but still's got some bud in him. So nice bull.
Here's the result on Class 213. First place, 5340. Raisland Red Angus, 6R Ranch, and 9 Mile Ranch, St. Ignatius, Montana. That was first place for Class 213 January yearling bulls. Up next, first and second from that one class coming back in the ring from those four classes. This will be your Junior Bull Division Championship. After this, we'll have the Senior Bull classes. There's 3 of them. Senior Bull Division Championship, and then the Grand Champion selection.
down to our junior champions in the Red Angus show. Give them a round of applause. This is pretty good here right now. I haven't asked for that for a little bit, but we've got into a division that's quite a bit more competitive here. First bull, a big long-sided kind of a bull, out a little bit in the shoulders, a little bit weak in the heart girth. But you got to like that bull. The trueness of muscle, no higher than he's fitted. He's not carrying much extra condition on him. Good sound bull. This bull may be in the lineup. You'd like to see a little more muscle structure. Long spine, gets up in that loin a little bit. We got a powerhouse in third, maybe on the borderline. I'd just like to see him a touch bigger, but he's awful good made. Gets pretty wide up in that shoulder. He's sure not going to be a heifer bull, but there's a lot of body and a lot of look and a lot of style and a lot of dimension in that bull. Bull that rounds out our front line here, I commented on him being a heifer bull in there, and I still think that. I think that he don't have the style and the look that some of these bulls do, but he's got to be appreciated within the breed for what he is. We've only got one other second bull over here in the class that followed the third bull out. I commented very similar. That'll be your two champions. Your class winner right here, your second place bull right there will be your two division champions. Congratulations. Great pair of bulls.
Here's the results on the Junior Bull Grand Champion selection. Grand Champion Junior Bull comes from Class 212. It's 53-38. McKay Cattle Company with McKay 87-31, Orlando, Oklahoma. Your Reserve Champion Junior Bull comes from the same class as your champion. That is 53-37. L83 Too Strong. L83 Bar E Morley Griffith, West Hope, North Dakota. Up next, we move to the Senior Bull Division. We have three classes. Our first class is a single entry. 214, Senior Yearling Bull. This was born November 5th, 2017. First class of three senior bulls in the ring at this time. Judge once again, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. I guess when 214 comes in, it'll be a single entry. Start time for the open balancer bulls is 2 o'clock. So when we restart on the balancer side of the show ring, it'll be balancer bulls, class number 1. It'll be 2 entries. We have 2 classes on that side of the show ring before our first division. Judge once again, Kyle Perez from Naravisa, New Mexico, when we restart.
Another single entry in a red deal, but I'm looking at this bull at the best angle. This bull's thick, got a lot of true muscling. Again, not a highly fitted. This bull's awful explosive out through them pins and carries it down center, good in the center of his quarter. Again, I've been very impressed with the testicular development of all these bulls. He transmitted right with the same. to get over on the side of him, extremely long-sided bull for his age and everything, big old hip on him. I'd like to change him on that hind leg, how he handles that hind leg bull, but here's a good stout bull that's got some strength to him, got a lot of good to him.
Here's the result of that first class of 3 within the senior bull division. Class 214, first place, 53-42, Hans Lind, Rushford, Minnesota. Up next, a single entry for Class 215, Summer Senior Yearling. A single entry for Class 215 coming in the next. Second class of 3 within this division.
Another just single entry, but the first thing that appears to me, this bull maybe saw quite a bit of service this past summer. Hard in his condition. I don't think he's came quite back yet to himself yet, but I appreciate his size, I appreciate his soundness, I appreciate the length from the point of his shoulders back to his pins. Bull that really excels there. Plenty of rib shape, maybe like to drop him down in that flank a little bit, but I think that maybe will come to him. Again, it looks like a bull that saw a lot of service. Very, very sound, very long strided kind of a bull. Appreciate him a bunch.
Up next will be Class 216, 2 entries coming in the final class in the senior bull division. Here's the result on Class 215, first place, 53-43. Red Northline Tucker, Northline Angus, and Drozen, Alberta, Canada. Once again, coming to the ring next, Class 216, 2-year-old bulls. January 1st through April 30th are the birth dates of 2017. After this, Senior Bull Division Championship. Then we'll have the Grand Champion Red Angus Bull selection. Also, we'll be announcing the Premier Exhibitor, Premier Breeders, and then the Group and Get classes will follow that.
On the balancer side, April bull calves, two bulls here that are a little different in their type. I'm going to use the longer sided calf that's a little more extended. This seam a little more extended up through that front end, a little more correct from hooks to pins and the set of his hind leg. And then you look at him on paper, he definitely offers a little more growth and performance there on paper. This seam developing to be a little more extended bull, one that's a little sounder off that reach off that hind leg. The red bull, is certainly packed full of meat and muscle. You can see it in his top. You can see it back into his hip and down into his stifle. Perhaps I'd just like to change this bull from the hop to the ground to seem a little more flexible as he goes.
Over on the Balancer Bulls, here's the results on class number 1, the Spring Balancer Bull, born April 1st through June 30th, 2019. First place, 3426, Wilkinson Gelbvieh Ranch, Model, Colorado. Second, 3424. Severson Land and Cattle, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. Up next, so 1-2 on your program placing. Class 2 coming in the ring, Spring Balancer Bull Calf, born March 1st through March 31st, 2019. After this class, we'll have our first division in the Balancer Bulls.
In a Red Angus bull show, we're down to the 2-year-old bull class, and we got two different kinds of bulls. I prefer the bull with a little more look to him, maybe a little sounder up through that front end a little bit. This bull is very fresh in his condition. I wouldn't be surprised this bull saw some service this summer too, but really gets out and reaches. Love the hip structure, love the look on the bull. Second bull, big old rugged bull, not the tallest top kind of a bull in the deal. Got some excess up through them front legs, a little more rugged right through that shoulder. This bull's got a massive butt in him. He's highly conditioned. This bull's got a lot of pounds, a lot of performance. Two really good 2-year-old bulls.
There's a result on Class 216, 2-year-old bulls on the Red Angus side. First place, 5345. It is Lazy J Bar Ranch, Thomas Ranch, Rust Mountain View, and Las Rojas, South Dakota. Second, 5346, McMurphy Farms, Alva, Oklahoma. Up next, bring back the 3 class winners and the reserve from that one class, or the second place from that one class. This will be your Senior Bull Grand Champion selection with our judge, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska, on the Red Angus side. After this selection, Grand Champion Bull selection, and then we'll be announcing the Premier Exhibitor, Premier Breeder.
down to our older division here, and this is really an interesting deal here. I said before, I like bigger cattle. That'd be these two. Do I like cattle with a look and hip structure and shoulder structure, everything? That's this bull. I'd like to see this bull read a little bit on paper, but he's really correct, really stylish, big top. Again, love the curvature coming out of that top. So we got really some difference in stuff where we got some bigger frame cattle, a little better numbers. We got a looker. In the second place over here, this bull, I just call him a tank. I mean, so we got 4 really different individuals out here for our senior champion, and it's your decision really what works the best for you. Love the length and side of both these big bulls up here. Not quite right underneath, maybe a little bit. I commented this bull looked like he loses a lot of surface, and I think this bull does too. But today, I really like the style and freshness of this bull. He'll be your senior champion bull. Congratulations. I'd rather give up a little EPD profile and have the one that's right made than just running away with the numbers. The bull that pulled up the second out of that class, is he my kind? No. But do I really appreciate him? Absolutely. The much mass this bull has, the thickness, huge top kind of a bull. He's going to be your reserve.
On the balancer side, interesting class here, but I think a bull that needs to win, and he does so this in terms of structure. His bull is very good in terms of his feet and legs. He's good in terms of his design, his strength of top, his levelness of hip. With that, he's the long-sided kind of performance-driven bull that certainly got a lot of good to offer, and good luck to this ranch in the sale tonight. Really nice calf to lead off this class. After that, it becomes a little more interesting for me to find a bull that's got the structure, soundness, and stuff to go next, and there's differences in the problems that you see. The bull that's going to be second here today does so this in terms of muscle. He's a big topped, he's big hipped, he's a wide base bull, but with that, you study them hind too, certainly like to change the way he handles and plants them as he goes, but you like his length and you like his performance. The calf here in third is more compact. He's a bull that's got a little more rib and body to him, but at the same time, he's a little too short-sighted. Gets a little easier in that top line. Like to stretch him out and see him laid back a little more correctly in that shoulder. The bull that comes next is certainly bigger, longer, higher performing. Everybody sees that. Again, a bull that you study him back into his hip, down into his hock, and the way he drives off that hind too. Just like to see him reach out with more flexibility there and this more reach and ease. And the young lady's bull that rounds out the class, moderately framed calf, but study him up front. Just like to change the way he gets out of that shoulder and handles him front too.
We'll double check the results on the balancer side for class 2. We have some back tag issues we need to get clarified. Here are the results going back over to the Red Angus side. We're getting ready for the champion reserves from each one of our divisions to come back in the ring for the grand champion Red Angus bull selection. Going back to that last division, your grand champion senior bull was 53.45. That comes out of class 216. Rojas T.R. Chivas. And his Lazy J Bar Ranch, Thomas Ranch, Russ Mountain View, and Los Rojas, Mina, South Dakota. Your reserve champion senior bull is 5346 out of the same class as your champion. That's MF Poker Face, McMurphy Farms, Alva, Oklahoma. Once again, coming in the ring, that's all your division champion reserves. Red Angus bull selection coming your way and will be announced in the premier exhibitor, premier breeder. Grand champion spring bull calf was 52.79, 6 mile Parabellum, 6 mile Red Angus limited for Mountain, Saskatchewan, Canada. Your grand champion junior bull calf, 52.96, Neo Cargo, Niobrara, Red Angus, Lincoln, Nebraska. Grand champion fall bull calf, 52.53, Lift, Timber Creek Ranch, Marietta, Oklahoma. Grand champion junior bull, 53.38, MCKY, 873.1, McKay Cattle Company, Orlando, Oklahoma. And that senior bull grand champion was 53.45, Rojas TR Jivas, Lazy J Bar Ranch, Thomas Ranch, Russ Mountain View, and Los Rojas, Minot, South Dakota. Once again, this is your grand champion bull selection. Those are your champions from the divisions. Your reserve champions from each of the divisions include reserve champion spring bull calf 52.81, JCL Bandito, JCL Red Angus Limited, Welch, Oklahoma. Reserve champion junior bull calf 53.16, Shameless, Weber Land and Cattle, Lake Benton, Minnesota. Reserve champion fall bull calf 53.25, Fight Night, Hans Lind, Rushford, Minnesota. Reserve champion junior bull 53.37, Strong, L83, Bar E, Morley Griffith, West Hope, North Dakota. And that last division, your reserve champion senior bull 53.46, MF Poker Face, McMurphy Farms, Alva, Oklahoma. Judge once again for this grand champion Red Angus bull selection, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska, graduate of University of Nebraska, grew up on a commercial Hereford ranch that raised mainly Hereford cows. He, along with his family, ranch in northwest Nebraska. They raise primarily Angus seed stock, but also maintain a Sim Angus herd as well. Our judge, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. Also want to thank the North American Junior Red Angus event queen, Callie Hicks, for being with us. 21 years old, the daughter of James and Marcy Hicks from Midway, Kentucky. She's a senior at the University of Kentucky studying agriculture communications. And following her graduation in May, she will be attending and obtaining her master's at Oklahoma State University. Thank you, Callie, for being here helping us throughout the show. Also like to announce the 2020 National Western Stock Show premier exhibitor for the Red Angus and the Red Angus Association of America. Presenting the award will be Chessie Mitchell. Your premier exhibitor is Ethan Bolden, Bennett, Colorado. Congratulations, Ethan. Your premier breeder for the National Western Stock Show, our 114th anniversary, Los Rojas, Christy Collins, Frederick, Oklahoma. How about a hand for your premier exhibitor and premier breeders? Premier exhibitor, once again, Ethan Bolden of Bennett. Premier breeder, Los Rojas, Christy Collins of Frederick, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Catches up on the balancer side. So the result on Class 2 Spring Balancer Bull Calf, first place was 34-16, Nowak Cattle Company, Owensville, Missouri. Second in the class was 34-22, Riley Gelbvieh Balancer, St. Francis, Kansas. In third, 34-15, Megan Waite, Pritchett, Colorado. Fourth, 34-18, Sydney Wilkinson, Hooker, Oklahoma. Fifth, 34-20, DTK Cattle Company, Janesville, Iowa. Results on your division championship, Division 1 Spring Balancer Bull Calf Champion, 34-16 out of Class 2. That's Dividend, Nowak Cattle Company, Owensville, Missouri. And the reserve was 34-26. That was out of Class 1. That is Plainsman Granger, Wilkinson Gelbvieh Ranch, Model, Colorado. In the ring at this time, Class 4, winter balancer bull calf, born February 1st through February 28th, 2019.
The last couple of days, I've had quite a bit of advice what I'm going to see. They said the female show will be awesome, and it was. The bull show might slack off. I might disagree with them. In our operation, I'm always comfortable with bulls, but in our operation, we do not like to sell the good females. Our bread and butter's in these bulls. And I'll shift gears a little bit. Whenever you're judging one of these, you want them to look alike when you get to this point in the show. I like our division and reserve division champions. They're beef cattle. Give them a round of applause. This is a pretty good little lineup. You know, I came into this show, I spent a lot of time in sale barns up and down Highway 20 trying to make a living and supporting our bull customers and everything else. We've got to keep some size in these cattle, we got to keep some muscle structure, and we got to keep some look. And I think these bulls all really emphasize that. I think today we had to address the structure and some feet in here a little bit. But on the other hand, I said it a little earlier, what I was more impressed with is the maturity and the circumference and the testicle shape and everything. You guys don't have a problem there. That was really impressive. But I'm going to take a little bit of time. These two calves up here, I love. Structurally correct and everything. The little calf, so up-headed, so stylish, so square-made. This calf right in front of me here, I think it's got a really bright future. Just love the way he's hooked up his skeleton, the way that neck comes out, how smooth he is on that shoulder, the rib shape, the top shape. Might like to change him a little in that pins, but this calf's got an awful big future, I think. Massive beef bull for a young bull right here. Just so much structure, muscle structure throughout. I commented I may be cleaning up that sheath a little bit. These guys have done a pretty good job keeping that sheath collected up under him, but just massive in his muscle design. Junior champion bull, powerful, powerful, powerful. Big bone bull. Maybe like to change the shape of his hoof a little bit on a couple of corners. It's got that hip and hind leg structure I just love in cattle. So big topped. Got a lot of breed character up through that front end, stout. He's got enough strength to him to be a breeding bull. Gets a little wide up in them shoulders a little bit, but boy, when you get that much mass and body and stuff, you've got to take a little of that. Our 2-year-old senior champion bull, beautiful look to him, beautiful hip structure, a bull that's got that leg, got that bone structure I like to see. This bull shows a lot like our female show. I could make quite a few different champions out here and really feel good about it again. But again, I won't keep you. We've been here quite a while. My congratulations to breeders, exhibitors, and it's exciting to see this many people watching the Red Angus people. I made a comment. I spend a lot of times in sale barns. I've been so impressed the last year. Each year, we see more Red Angus cattle going through the barns. True fact. Hate to admit it, but it's right. But them buyers sitting in them barns, again, I'll relate back to what I said a little bit ago. They want some length in them cattle, and they want some structure in them cattle. Their number one concern if they get big enough and feed good enough. So that's why I like to keep a little bit of size in these cattle. It's been a exciting Red Angus show for me because, like I said in the female show, the quality has been way better than I ever anticipated. Congratulations.
Once again, those comments from our judge on that side of the show ring for the Red Angus show and this Grand Champion selection, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska.
As we get into the balancer February bull calves, easy place to start. I really like this bull. He is a bull that's very correct in his kind. He's got a lot of masculinity up through that front end. He's a bull that's good in terms of his feet and legs. He's got some rib and some body and substance to him. He's packing a big top. He's got a big hip. He's good in terms of testicle size and the way they hang. Just a really good wide base bull. It's very functional, very easy to start with. After that, I'm going to use the bull that's perhaps got the most muscle in terms of the class. Really big topped, really wide pin bull that bases away very good from behind. Perhaps he's a sounder structured than the bulls that come next, and that's why he's there. I like his rib and body. He perhaps doesn't have the overall look and design of the calf that leads out the class, but a good robust bull to be second. The bull that's third is really long-sided. You like his length and extension up through his front end. Perhaps he's just a little weaker when you study him down into his hock and down to the ground. Like to strengthen him up there and see him sounder off his hind leg. The bull that comes next, certainly long-sided and extended, but you get in front of this bull or behind him, this needs to be gauged wider. He's too narrow in his chest and bases away a little narrow from behind. The bull comes next, certainly has some rib and body to him, but with that structurally up front, we just need to change this guy. He's just too straight up in that shoulder and toes out up front. Just like to see him definitely more flexible. The bull that comes next, certainly a long-sided bull, a bull we just, again, like to change him structurally and maybe give him more dimension if we could. We round out the class with a red bull. The pounds light bull of the class. Just like to see more performance and overall width and substance in that guy if we could.
Your Grand Champion Red Angus bull for the 2020 National Western Stock Show is 53.45, coming out of Class 216 in the Senior Bull Division. Rojas, T.R. Chivas. It has Lazy J Bar Ranch, Thomas Ranch, Rust Mountain View, and Los Rojas, Mina, South Dakota. That'll move 53.46 into consideration for Reserve Grant. And your reserve champion for the 2020 National Western Stock Show for the Red Angus comes out of the Class 213 and the Junior Bull Division. That's 5338 MCKY 8731ET, McKay Cattle Company, Orlando, Oklahoma. Get the get and the group classes to round out our show for our Red Angus. We'll let you know about those as we see them show up in the ring. Huge thanks to our judge, Eldon Krebs, once again, Gordon, Nebraska. Getting back on the balancer side, coming in the ring, this is Class 5, or in the ring is Class 5, Winter Balancer Bull Calf, just in front of our next division championship. Going back to Class 4, here's the results for Winter Balancer Bull Calf February. First place, 3407, Ledgerwood Gelbvieh, Clarkston, Washington. Second, 3411, DTK Cattle Company, Janesville, Iowa. In third, 3408, Riley Gelbvieh, Balancer, St. Francis, Kansas. In fourth, 3406, Steinkruger Farms, Upland, Nebraska. Fifth, 3401, Landon Vance Linneman from Hildreth, Nebraska. Sixth, 3403, Barwick Gelbvieh, Orleans, Nebraska. Seventh, 3404, Hightower Cattle Company, LLC, Lacine, Kansas. In your programs, the placings for Class 4 are 2, 3, 1, 4. Top of the next page, 7, 6, 5. Once again in the ring, Class 5, Winter Balancer Bull Calf, born in January. Right in front of our division championship, our judge, Kyle Perez, Nueva Vista, New Mexico. Don't forget the official livestock photographer for the National Western Stock Show is Show Champions. Check out the pictures taken in the arena and at the backdrop, and purchase pictures online at showchampions.com.
Two good bulls here, and 1 and 2, and there's differences in between them, and both on paper and visually. The bull that leads off the class is the bigger frame bull. He's the stronger top bull. The big advantage to him is the way his neck comes out of his shoulder and lays back into his shoulder. He's a little more correct in the slope of his shoulder, and then from there back, I like this bull a little more correctly from hooks to pins and down into his hip and hind leg. He's a bull you get off to the side of him. He's got a little more flank compared to the bull that's there in second. The bull in second is really stout. He's big topped. He's big hipped. If you look at him on paper, he reads with quite a bit more yearling weight performance. From the side, he's a bull that's a little lower in his neck set. He's a little rounder in his shoulder and perhaps a little more tucked up in his flank. But certainly he's a long-sided level design bull. Both of these bulls are really good in terms of technical size and development. Again, congratulations exhibitors. Two real solid bulls there in 1 and 2.
The results on class number 5, Winter Balancer Bull Calves. First place, 33.98, Austin Matthew Teeter, Mount Eula, North Carolina. Second place, 33.97, Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. The scratch was 33.99. So it's scratch 1-2. Up next, first and seconds back in the ring from classes 4 and 5. This will be your Winter Balancer Bull Calf Division Championship. Judge once again Kyle Perez from Nera Vista, New Mexico, a graduate of Kansas State University. Winter Balancer Bull Calf Division Championship. Here are the results. 3407 is your champion. That is out of Class 4. Shameless, Ledgerwood, Gelbvieh, Clarkston, Washington. The reserve comes from the same class as your champion out of Class 4. 3411. Twilight's Gangster, DTK Cattle Company, Janesville, Iowa. Up next, 2 entries in Class 7, Senior Balancer Bull Calf, born October 1st through December 31st, 2018. 2 classes in this in this division, I should say. 2 classes. This is the first of 2.
In the senior bull calves, two individuals out here. Bull that's going to win the class is just more masculine in its design. It's just more robust in his makeup. A bull that offers more masculinity up through that head and neck. He's got more width to his chest. He's bolder ribbed. He's thicker topped. He's wider hipped, wider base bull. This is a really good individual, really developed in terms of testicle size. The bull that in second, again, very attractive, very long-sided. You like those things about him. I just like to see more mass in this bull and more masculinity. Starts in his testicle size up into his head and his crest. Just like to see him more pulled apart if we could.
Here's results on Class 7, Senior Balancer Bull Calf. First place, 33.94, Gelbvieh, Billings, Missouri. Second, 33.96, September Farms, Franklin, Nebraska. Up next, our second class within this Senior Balancer Bull Calf division, class number 8. This will be bull calves born September 1st through September 30th, 2018. 2 entries in this class.
Another cell bull here, and one that I think has a nice quality look to him, and he's going to win the class. And that's the big difference that separates these bulls is quality. And it starts up in this bull's front end, the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. This bull's really long-sided. He's put together good in terms of his top line. He's very good from hooks to pins. He's got a very attractive set to his hind leg. You like the rib shape in this bull. Again, a bull that's very sound in terms of his feet and legs. Gets out and goes. Very nice individual to win this particular class. The red bull that comes next is certainly a high performance bull. A bull that's got a lot of length to him. He's big topped. He's got some shape to him. But with that, again, a bull that you get off to the side of him, you'd like to drop him down in that flank. But mainly, this see him go a little more correctly off them hind two and out of that shoulder if we could. Like to lay him back there and this see him with more reach out of that front end.
Up next in the ring, Senior Balancer Bull Calf Division Championship. Here's the results on Class 8. First place, 33.92, TJB Gelbvieh, Chickamauga, Georgia. Second, 33.93, Grace Steenbergen from Cheyenne, Wyoming. First and seconds back in the ring from classes 7 and 8. Once again, this will be your Senior Balancer Bull Calf Division Championship. Judge once again, Kyle Perez from Vista, New Mexico. After this, we have 3 separate classes with 3 separate divisions. And then after that, we'll have the overall Balancer Bull selection. On the Red Angus side of the show ring, we do have the get and group classes. We'll announce those results when they provide us the details of which classes they are. And after we get through those gets and groups with Red Angus, that will do it for their show for the day. Still have quite a bit left here in the Gelbvieh side of the equation. We've got Balancer Bulls yet to go. And then after a short break, when we pick the Balancer Bull Grand in reserve, we still have the open Gelbvieh Bulls after a short break for pictures there. On the Red Angus side in the ring, this is Produce of Dam, our first of 3 sets of group classes. It is 2 animals, either or both sexes, both shown in their respective classes. Animals shown in this class need not be owned by the exhibitor. The other 2 classes we'll have coming up will be Junior Get of Sire and Senior Get of Sire.
Well, for Senior Champion Bull, very competitive out here between these 2 class winners, and these bulls are both very different in terms of their type and kind. So basically it's up to you as breeders to see which one of these bulls fits your program the best in terms of the type that it's going to take to move your cow herd or a particular donor or a set of heifers or cows forward. And you know, I'd say if you're looking to add muscle and overall shape, you got to be interested in this guy out of this first class. Like I said in class, he's just very robust in his makeup. You study his forearm, the shape to his crest. He's big topped, he's wide based, he's got a lot of testicle to him. He's a bull that's bold ribbed and got a lot of center body. Now perhaps when you get off to the side and compare him to the bull in second, maybe is not quite as balanced and maybe not quite as long or extended, but certainly there's a bull that's certainly a meat and potatoes kind of guy, a bull that's got a lot of dimension and a lot of product. The bull that comes out of the second class, again, a bull that is very attractive from the side, a bull that is very good in terms of his feet and legs. You like his angles, you like the angle to his shoulder, you like the set to his hind leg. He's very sound when he gets out here. But perhaps what I like about this bull the most, you get off to the side, he's really long-sided, really extended. I mean, he looks like one that's going to really leave you some nice females and add those extra pounds to a calf crop in terms of performance. Both of the bulls read pretty identical in terms of paperwork, but again, like I said, both of these bulls are very high quality. Both of these exhibitors should be commended on a job well done. Two powerful bulls here. I'll go pick you the one I like the best. Congratulations.
Over on the Red Angus side, your produce of dam is Thomas Ranch, Harold, South Dakota. Over on the Balancer Bulls, your senior Balancer Bull calf champion is 3392. That comes out of Class 8. Rebel Yell, TJB Gelbvieh, Chickamauga, Georgia. And your reserve comes from the class before that, Class 7. That's 3394, T-Bar S Allegiance, ET, Gelbvieh, Billings, Missouri. Up next, we move to intermediate Balancer Bulls. We have one class in the intermediate Balancer Bull division. It's Class 10, single entry. On the Red Angus side, Junior Gate of Sire is our group class that'll be in the ring. 3 animals by the same sire, both sexes represented, need not be owned by the exhibitor. All animals must have been shown in the respective classes. So this is Junior Gate of Sire, our second of 3 group classes.
Single entry, but certainly a very good individual that offers a lot of quality, just like the bull that on that last division. I mean, you see a lot of quality up through this bull's front end, the length of neck that he has, the way it comes out of the top of his shoulder. It's very flexible when he gets out of that front end and goes. He plants and drives very correctly off that hind too as well. A bull that's got a lot of length of side and extension to him. Again, on paperwork, he reads to kind of be a cavity sire, and I believe that we study the way that shoulder lays into him, the length of neck that he has. Certainly a good individual, balances up well from the side, just a high-quality bull to win this particular division.
As a result, on the Balancer Intermediate Bull Division and your Class 10, first place in champion 3391. That is Mr. Red Maple, Rachel Anderson, Jamestown, Kansas. Up next, we have 2 entries in Class 12. Junior Gelbvieh Bull, born January 1st through April 30th, 2018. This next class will also be Division 5 championship for the Junior Balancer Bull. Judge once again, Kyle Perez, Naravisa, New Mexico. And the winner on the Red Angus side for the junior get of sire, Thomas Ranch, Herald, South Dakota. Up next, senior get of sire. Senior get of sire is 4 animals by the same sire, both sexes represented, need not be owned by the exhibitor. All animals, once again, must have shown in the respective classes. Coming to the ring to round out our Red Angus show will be senior get of sire. Judge, once again, Eldon Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. Pleasure working with you again this year, sir. Look forward to our next show that we get to both work down the road. There's the results on the final group class for the Hereford show, or the Red Angus show. They're coming up later on in the week. Senior get of sire, L83 Ranch with TLC Livestock Services. So thanks to the Red Angus Association of America, the staff, everybody that helped us in the ring, and our judge, once again, Eldon Krebs. Thank you very much, sir. Great working with you. That'll wrap up the Red Angus show. And we'll focus back now on the balancer and then later on the Gelbvieh bulls.
Again, a pair of bulls here that a little different in their type and kind. Personally, I'm going to use the bull here that it's just a little more correct in terms of his lines. Starts in his shoulder and the angle of his shoulder and the way he gets his neck out of his shoulder. From there back, he's good and strong down his top. He's very correct in his hip and hind leg set. You get off to the side of him, he's a bull that just gives you more balance, more eye appeal, and this strikes me as more longevity in him. Now perhaps the bull in second maybe has a little bolder rib cage to him. With that, he's just a little looser made when you study him up through his front end, down into his sheath. I like to tighten him up there if you could and give him a little more balance. With that, I'd like to maybe change the shape of this bull's foot up front if we could. Maybe see him handle that hock a little more correctly as he goes away from you. But certainly a long-sided bull, a bull with some rib cage, it's a performance.
Up next, we have our final class and division before our overall balancer bull selection. It'll be the 2-year-old balancer bull, a single entry coming in the ring, and the Division 7. Here's the results on Class 12, Junior Gelbvieh bull. That should say Junior Balancer bull. That caught me off guard too. Junior Balancer bull for Class 12 and your Junior Balancer bull Division Championship. First place in the class and your champion is 3387 Frontline, Brad McWilliams, Hilltop Farms, Asbury, Missouri. Second in Class 12 and your reserve Junior Balancer bull is 3389 Free Beer. That's a great name. Royal Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. Once again, up next, single entry Class 14, 2-year-old balancer bull and your 2-year-old balancer bull Division Championship.
Again, you bring the senior bull out here again, a bull that offers you a lot of quality. Again, a bull that's very attractive up through that head and the neck. The way that neck comes out of the top of his shoulder, he's really good down his top line. He's correct from hooks to pins. He's got a nice drive and set to that hind leg. You get behind him if a bull sets down very true from behind as well. Again, getting about here comparing, but certainly a bull that offers a lot of quality and a lot of good.
Here's results on that final class and final division in front of our Balancer Bull Grand Drive. First place in Class 14, 2-year-old Balancer Bull, and your champion for the division, 3384, Battle Cry, September Farms, TJB Gelbvieh, Franklin, Nebraska. Champion reserves will be coming back in the ring. This will be your overall Balancer Grand Champion Drive. Judge once again is Kyle Perez from Nueva Vista, New Mexico. Graduate of Kansas State, grew up on a registered Hereford operation, a commercial cow-calf. He ranches with his family in Nueva Vista. They run a registered Hereford and Angus operation, along with running a commercial cow herd and recipient calf raiser program. He says the favorite part about the livestock industry is the people, along with the ability of producers to continue to improve the quality of cattle. His wife is Tanya. They're blessed with 2 kids, Peyton and Libby Perez. Our judge once again for this Grand Champion selection for the overall Balancer Bull, Kyle Perez, Nueva Vista, New Mexico. So coming back in the ring, Division 1 Spring Balancer Bull Calf Champion was 34-16. Dividend, Nowak Cattle Company, Owensville, Missouri. The reserve from that class and division, 34-26, Plainsman Granger, Wilkinson Gelbvieh Ranch, Model, Colorado. The next division was your winter Balancer Bull. Your calf champion was 34-07. Shameless, Ledgerwood Gelbvieh, Clarkston, Washington. The reserve from that division came from the same class. It's 34-11. Twilight's Gangster, DTK Cattle Company, Janesville, Iowa. The next division was your senior Balancer Bull Calf division. Your champion, 33-92, Rebel Yell, TJB Gelbvieh, Chickamauga, Georgia. The reserve from that division, 33-94, T-Bar S Allegiance, Grace Vihe, Billings, Missouri. Intermediate Balancer Bull champion was 33-91, Mr. Red Maple, Rachel Anderson, Jamestown, Kansas. Your junior Balancer Bull champion was 33-87, Frontline, Brad McWilliams, Hilltop Farms, Asbury, Missouri. The reserve from that division was 33-89, Free Beer, Royal Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. The final division champion, the 2-year-old bull, 33-84, Battle Cry, September Farms, TJB Gelbvieh, Franklin, Nebraska. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your overall Balancer Bull Champion and Reserve selection with our judge, Kyle Perez of Nueva Vista, New Mexico. Don't forget the official livestock photographer of the National Western Show Champions. Check out the pictures taken in the ring and at the backdrop, and purchase pictures online at showchampions.com. Also like to thank our Stadium Arena sponsors at this time, Saunders Construction, John Deere, Big Bubba's, and the Colorado Farm Show.
Well, as we worked through this balancer show, certainly our division champions have come out here, and I think you have some power and some different directions that you can go as breeders and as cattlemen to fit or nick with your particular herd or donors or whatever your enterprise is. And the bull that comes out of the youngest division, really attractive. Like I said, you really appreciate his length of side and his overall performance. Again, an up-headed bull that's good in terms of his feet and legs. The junior bull calf is just really robust and masculine in his makeup. He's got a big crest in him. He's got some shoulder and some body and some capacity to him. He's definitely packed full of dimension and muscle. Maybe from a design standpoint, he doesn't hook together quite as good down his top line or behind his shoulders, but that's certainly a beef bull, one that's certainly got a lot of dimension, a lot of power, and a lot of substance. I really like the bull that comes out of the next division. I think here's one that is so long-sided and so extended, and yet from a balance standpoint, you really like him, the way he's made up through his neck, the way his top ties in strong behind his shoulder, the length of hip that he has, the correct set to his hind leg. He's really developed and good in terms of his testicle size. He's really good in terms of his feet and the shape of his hoof. The bull that comes out of the next division, like I said, the bull bounces up very nice. Again, gives you a good look from the side, a bull that's got some dimension to his center body, a bull that's got a nice set to his hind leg, maybe a little frailer bone bull, perhaps, or maybe not blessed. This is quite as good a hair coat, but certainly a very functional bull that's sound in his structure, has a lot of quality and a lot of overall balance and design to him. The bull out of the next class is really long-sided. You like that about him. Maybe a bull out here that in these bigger bulls maybe not blessed with quite as much shape as some on either side of him, but certainly a bull that has a lot of balance. He's very sound in terms of structure. You like his testicle size. And then the big 2-year-old bull that comes out of the last class, again, very balanced, very well put together, a very up-headed bull. You like his rib and his body and his capacity. A bull that is really good from hooks to pins and gives you a nice look from the side. So with that, I'm going to go out here and look at him one more time. Again, please take time to get back through the barns, talk to these exhibitors and talk to them about your program and their program, and just move this breed forward even more than it has over the last several years, because it's up to you as breeders to seek out the genetics of the bulls that work for you in your operation. I'm just here to pick the one I like the best here today, but you guys be the real judge and continue to move your breed forward. Again, it's been a pleasure, and thank you to everybody involved.
Those comments once again from our judge, Kyle Perez of Nueva Vista, New Mexico. Your overall balancer bull champion is 33.92 out of the senior balancer bull division and class 8. That is 33.92 Rebel Yell 804F. TJB Gelbvieh, Chickamauga, Georgia. That'll move 33.94 in consideration for reserve grant from that division. So your reserve overall balancer bull comes out of that last class and division. Battle Cry, 3384, September Farms, TJB Gelbvieh, Franklin, Nebraska. We'll have a short picture break, and then we'll get into the Gelbvieh Bulls. And our first division has 2 classes within it. Gelbvieh Bulls will follow the short picture break. All right, we get back underway here. We'll go to Gelbvieh Bulls. It'll be class number 1. 2 classes within this first division. Spring Gelbvieh Bull Calf, born April 1st through June 30th, will lead us as we restart here. 2 classes in the first division. Judge once again Kyle Perez from Nervisa, New Mexico. As we get restarted here with this first class, Spring Gelbvieh Bull Calf, wanted to thank our Stadium Arena sponsors once again. They include the Colorado Farm Show, proud to support the National Western this year. They invite you to attend the 56th Colorado Farm Show coming up January 28th, 29th, and 30th at Island Grove Regional Park in Greeley. If you eat it, drink it, or wear it, agriculture produced it. That's this year's theme. The Colorado Farm Show brochures are available ringside or at the announcer stand, or you can get complete details and view an online brochure at coloradofarmshow.com. And hey, folks, when you get the urge for great food while you're here at the National Western, don't forget the South Food Court, where you'll find mouth-watering ribs at Big Bubba's Bad Barbecue, everything garlic at Garlicki's, and juicy hamburgers with all the fixings at Good Old Burger. Great service and great food. Also want to thank John Deere, the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now. And remember, nothing runs like a deer. Also like to thank Saunders Construction, locally founded in 1972. They are now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in the state of Colorado. Saunders Construction offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. If you're interested in career opportunities, visit www.saundersinc.com for more information. Thanks once again to Saunders Construction, John Deere, Big Bubba's, and new this year, the Colorado Farm Show.
In the Gelbvieh show, going to start off with a Red Bull, and I mean everybody can see that he's the big high performance calf of the class, but to me that's really not the reason he wins. To me, he wins in terms of his quality. I think he's highest quality bull in the class, whether he's the biggest, highest performing one or not. I like his design, I like his structure, I like his angles, I like his rib and body and capacity. To me, I think those are distinct advantages. And then coupled with the fact that he's got a lot of length and got a lot of performance. The bull that's in the second hole there, really like this bull in terms of testicle size. He's a big rib bull that's long-sided and extended. You like that about him. Perhaps with the bull that goes ahead of him, he's not nearly as good in the way he handles that hind leg or plants it and drives off it. Like to change that about him if we could. Then the bull that comes in third, more markedly framed calf, and appreciate that about him. But with that, he's a bull that maybe this needs to be a little more extended as you look at him from the side. But certainly a youthful bull, one that's strong down his top and correct in his lines.
There's the results on class number 1, Spring Gelbvieh Bull Calf, born April 1st through June 30th, 2019. First place, 3261, Royal Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. Guilt Trip, that's the name of that bull. Second place, 3262, Grand Plan, Royal Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. Third, 3260, 5G, Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. The scratches in the class were 64 and 59. So in your programs, it's scratch 1, 2, scratch 3. Up next, our second class within this Spring Gelbvieh Bull Calf Division, Class 2. These bulls born March 1st through March 31st, 2019.
This class of bull calves may be a little tougher class here to evaluate and totally put it together. going to keep the two bull calves with a little more masculinity and a little more dimension here in 1 and 2. The red bull, I think, is just blessed with more shape, muscle in his forearm, down his top line and out through his hip and hooks and pins. He's a bull that steps down on a little more substance of bone. I'd be the first to admit both of these bulls in 1 and 2, like to see them a little sounder in terms of their feet and legs, but in terms of overall performance and stoutness and power, I like this bull here to win. The bull that is in second, the black bull, you like his center body, you like the depth to his flank that he offers. Again, he's a bull compared to the one in third. It's got more top, he's got more hip, and has more stifle when you get right in behind him. The red bull that comes next is longer sighted, and I like that about him. A bull that certainly gets out and goes nice enough, but perhaps when you look at him relative to his frame size, especially from the profile, you like to drop this bull down in his heart and forerib, give him more rib and body and flank if we could. And the bull that rounds out that class, certainly a long-sided bull that's got some length and extension. He's just too straight in terms of that shoulder. You get in front or behind him, just like to see more width and dimension to this guy.
Up next will be the Spring Gelbvieh Bull Calf Division Championship. First and seconds back in the ring from classes 1 and 2. Speaking of class 2, here's the results. First place, 32.52. That is Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. Second, 32.51. Justin Covington, Montrose, Colorado. Third, 32.54. Cooper Gelbvieh, Burdett, Kansas. Fourth, 32.58. Pro Heart Seatstock, Pueblo, Colorado. Once again in the ring, first and seconds. This will be your Division I Spring Gelbvieh Bull Calf Division Championship. Speaking of championships, isn't there a big game on tonight? LSU, Clemson, National Championship, NCAA football. That'll be a good one. Go Tigers. I think Clemson's going to win, though. That quarterback hasn't lost a game in his entire career. We'll see. Should be a great game either way. Your champion for the Spring Gelbvieh Bull Calf and your reserve both come from Class 1. Your champion is 32.61, Guilt Trip, Royal Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. Reserve 32.62, Grand Plan, Royal Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. Up next, we move to the next division. 2 classes in the Winter Gelbvieh Bull Calf division. Our first class of the 2 is Class 4. Class 4 is Winter Gelbvieh Bull Calf, February 15th through the 28th is the birth dates. Judge once again, Kyle Perez of Nerviso de Mexico.
Nice pair of red bulls that are very powerful in their own right. Bull that's going to win the class to me is just a little more robust in his makeup, especially to his center body. I like the depth of heart, the springer rib that he has, the depth of flank. He's a big-footed bull that steps down on a substance of bone. But more importantly, I like the security in which he handles that hind leg. He's just a little sounder in the way he drives and plants off them hind two. The bull that comes next is certainly blessed with a lot of shape, and you like that about him. Big-topped, big-hipped, wide-base bull, very developed in terms of testicle size. Perhaps when you get on the profile, maybe like to drop him down a little bit in his midrib and flank, and maybe give him a little more correct set to that hind leg when he gets in the motion, but certainly a very useful bull, one that's packed full of red meat.
Here's the results on Class 4. Winter Gelbvieh Bull Calf. First place, 3247. McCarty Cattle Company, Rifle, Colorado. Second, 3244. Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. Up next, Class 5. Winter Gelbvieh Bull Calf, born January through February 10th, 2019. Class 5 coming in right next. Judge once again Kyle Perez, Nera Vista, New Mexico. After this class will be Division II Winter Gelbvieh Bull Calf Championship.
The February bull calves, bull that's going to win the class, I think puts the most good together in terms of his design and quality that he has, in terms of his look. A bull that's very attractive up through that front end. He's strong down his top. He's really long and level from hooks to pins. He's attractive in the set to that hind leg, and yet he's fairly flexible when he gets out and goes. He's pretty true in the shape of his foot and the way he drives and plants off it. Again, just a very useful bull to win this particular class. There's some trade-off here in 2 and 3. I went with a bull that to me has a little more quality in terms of his look. When you analyze him up front, he's stronger down his top. He's pretty expressive in terms of shape. So a little more correct and for me, though, from hooks to pins, down to his hock and down to the ground, perhaps in the bull here in 3. The bull here in 3rd, I will give him that he's got more rib and body and substance, perhaps in the bull in 2nd. But when I get in front of this guy, he wants to toe out off them front 2. He's a little looser in terms of his sheath, and again, like to change the way he handles that hind leg when he takes a step. We get into a pair of red bulls here that are a little rounder and very muscular in terms of their shape. The guy goes out directly ahead of me. This a little rounder in terms of shape. Like to change that hip and hind leg structure if we could. Same for the bull that comes next. Again, a bull that's got some muscle to him. Perhaps it's not quite the overall balance and style and correctness of some of the other cattle.
There's results on Class 5, Winter Gelbvieh Bull Calf. First place, 32-43, Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Second, 32-42, Ledgerwood Gelbvieh, Clarkston, Washington. Third, 32-40, Davidson Gelbvieh, Saskatchewan, Canada. Fourth, 32-41, Davidson Gelbvieh, Saskatchewan, Canada. Fifth, 32-36, Jacob Barwick, Orleans, Nebraska. And your programs and placings for Class 5 are as follows. 2, 1, 3, 4, scratch, 5. In the ring, first and seconds from Classes 4 and 5. This will be your Winter Gelbvieh Bull Calf Division Championship. Judge, once again, Kyle Perez from Nueva Vista, New Mexico.
Well, as you get these 2 class winners out here, again, 2 bulls that offer a lot of good, but are probably as complete opposites almost as you can make them. The bull that wins the first class, again, like I said, I liked his overall substance. I like the width to his chest, the depth of his heart, the shape to his center body, and the depth to his flank. And yet he steps down on a lot of substance of bone. He's very rugged and robust in terms of his makeup. Perhaps he's a little rounder when you study him from hooks to pins. Maybe he's not quite as long-sighted as the bull behind him. Maybe not quite as attractive up through that front end. But certainly there's a good beef bull, a bull that's got a lot of testicle development to him, a bull with a lot of dimension and power. The bull that comes out of the second class, class advantage or division advantage, definitely is length of side. Another advantage is attractiveness, the way he gets his neck out of his shoulder. Another advantage this bull has is feet and legs and structure. Starts in the angle of his shoulder, the length of his hip, the set to his hind leg. yes, perhaps this bull doesn't quite have as much center body and capacity as the bull directly ahead of him, but certainly in terms of length of side and performance is definitely there as well. So with this, I'm going to look at them one more time. Again, be your own judge of these two bulls. You got one that's got a little more rib and body up front, another bull here that's a little longer, more extended. I'm going to go with the black bull for your division champion here today. I just see more quality in this bull from nose to tail. Your reserve champion is going to be the red bull. Directly behind him, like I said, a bull that's a true beef bull with a lot of substance and a lot of power.
Your winner, Gelbvieh Bull Calf champion, is 32-43. Out of class number 5, grand entry, Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Reserve comes out of class number 4, 32-47, Gunner, McCarty Cattle Company, Rifle, Colorado. Up next, 2 entries in class number 7. This is also your Division 3 Senior Gelbvieh Bull Calf Championship. 2 entries once again for class 7. Senior Gelbvieh Bull Calf, born October 1st through and December 9th, 2018.
Two winter bull calves here are early fall bull calves. Both bulls are similar in the way they're designed. Both of them I'd like to maybe see a little more dimension to them and a little more body, and maybe change them a little bit structurally. But compared between the two bulls, the bull that's going to win the class to me is this the longer-sided, higher-performing bull of the pair that's just got more length and extension from nose to tail. The bull that second, again, another long-sided individual, a bull that is sure enough got some length to him, but when you analyze him in terms of his feet and legs, certainly like to change the way he handles his hip and hind leg, and this give him more rib and body and substance.
Here's the results on class number 7. Senior Gelbvieh Bull Calf, first place 32-32, Bianca Benning, McDonald, Kansas. Second, 32-34. Jasmine Benning, McDonald, Kansas. Up next, first and seconds back in the ring. Or excuse me, next class. That was a division. So your champion was 32-32, a reserve 32-34. Next class is single entry and division. Class 9, intermediate Gelbvieh Bull, and your intermediate Gelbvieh Bull division.
Single entry bull here, but one that definitely can stand more competition. Just very well designed. You know, you're talking about bulls that have some balance and some eye appeal and structure correctness. Here he is, but coupled with that, the beef bull on top of it, it starts up front. He's got some width to his chest. He's deep and bold in that heart, and he's got that shape and sweep down into that center body. He's got the depth, the flank that you like. Again, a bull that's very good in terms of his feet and legs and his structure, the way he gets out of his shoulder, the way he handles his hip and hind leg. Just a very useful bull, one that's hard to pick a hole in, one that, again, very sound, very complete, very well built.
Here's results on class number 9, intermediate Gelbvieh Bull, and also your intermediate Gelbvieh Bull division champion. First place in champion, 32-31, Sustainable, Judd Ranch Incorporated, Pomona, Kansas. Up next, we have 2 classes within the next division. Our first class of the 2 is Class 11, the Junior Gelbvieh Bull, born March 1st through April 30th, 2018. Our judge, once again, from Nevada, New Mexico, Kyle Perez.
Again, these older bulls, really good class all the way through. I think he got a really high quality individual to win the class. A bull that has a lot of presence to him up through his front end, and he's very correct in his top line. He's very good from hooks to pins. He's a bull that's packing a lot of mass. He's got a big top. He's got a big, powerful hip and hind leg on him, and yet he's very good in terms of rib cage, depth of heart, depth of flank. I just think a really high quality individual to win this class. Very good bull all the way through. Bull here in second. It's a little closer in between 2 and 3 here. I personally like the overall balance and design of the bull here in second. He's a little taller fronted bull. He's stronger behind his shoulders, particularly when you get back to his hooks, to his pins. He's longer and leveler there. He probably drives and collects himself a little more correctly off that hind leg as he takes a step. Appreciate his soundness of structure. The bull that comes second is maybe a little more robust in the way he's designed. He's a big topped, long-sided bull, but again, when you study him into that hock and down into that rear pastern, maybe like to see him flex a little bit easier. Big red bull that comes next is full of meat and muscle and performance. Big top, thick hipped, got a lot of stifle to him, very good in terms of testicle size. Perhaps he's just a little rounder and coarser in his design. You see that up in his shoulder, back out to his hip. Maybe this like to change the way he's designed ever so slightly.
Here's results on class number 11, Junior Gelbvieh Bull. First place, 32-27, over Miller, Gelbvieh, Smith Center, Kansas. Second, 32-28, Royal Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. Third, 32-29. My favorite bull name, Longmire. Royal Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. Fourth, 32-55, Davidson Gelbvieh, Saskatchewan, Canada. Up next, our second class within this junior bull division, class 12. These bulls born January 1st through February 28th, 2018. Judge once again, Kyle Perez from Naravisa, New Mexico.
Really nice class of Red Bulls that comes out here, but to me, I think you got a pretty handily winner in this calf here. That the back tag is wrong, but whatever the back tag is, this is a pretty good bull. I like him a lot in terms of his balance, in terms of his design. He's an up-fronted bull. He's deep in that heart. He's got a good shape and sweep back down into that rib cage. He's deep into his flank. He's very good from hooks to pins. He's very sound in terms of structure, and that's his distinct advantage in this class, is how flexible this bull is out of his shoulder, how correctly he handles that hip and hind leg. Very attractive set to this hind leg on this bull. High quality exhibit to win this particular class. After that, we got 3 bulls that all have the distinct advantages and disadvantages. The bull that comes around next is maybe the most muscular bull in the class. Huge top, huge hip, a lot of stifle, very big testicled bull, one that sets down nice in his hind leg structure from the side. Again, a strong top bull. Perhaps you like to stouten him up in terms of bone work again, and this make him a little more attractive as you study him up through his front end. But I do like his center body and depth of flank, perhaps better than the bull here in third. The bull here in third, again, is very wide constructed. He's got some width to his chest. He's straight and strong down his top line. You like him from hooks to pins. Perhaps when I get off to the side of this bull, I'd like to see a little more center body and flank in him. And then when he gets in motion, he wants to get that hind leg up underneath him as he goes. But certainly there's a very functional bull, one that's packed with a lot of product. And the big frame bull that comes next, you certainly like the way his neck gets out of the top of his shoulder. He's really extended up through that front end. But from there back, he's a little straighter in his shoulder. He wants to get up in his top and duck his pins as he goes, just a little shorter strided when he gets out and takes a step.
Up next will be the division championship for the junior Gelbvieh bull. First and seconds back in the ring from Class 11 and Class 12. Here are the results of Class 12. First place, 32-19, Austin Matthew Teeter, Mount Ula, North Carolina. Second, 32-24, Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. Third, 32-23, Ledgerwood Gelbvieh, Clarkston, Washington. Fourth, 32-26, Hightower Cattle Company, LLC, Lacine, Kansas. Once again, first and seconds back in the ring from classes 11 and 12. This will be your Junior Gelbvieh Bull Championship for Division 5. Judge, once again, Kyle Perez, Narra Vista, New Mexico. Also, we wanted to make mention to all of our exhibitors that are competing in the group classes. You need to start to get your animals lined up. Group classes will be starting immediately after our championship drive. Get of sire, best 4, produce of dam. Be getting your animals ready. Thank you.
Well, as we get into our division championship here today, these bulls are both really good that are out here, and I really like the way they're designed. The bulls that are very sound in terms of their feet and legs. Both these bulls are very attractive from the side. Both these bulls have a lot of rib and body and capacity to them, and both of them are gauged fairly wide from the side. They're very unique in terms of their type and their kind. Both of them, balance up very well from the side. There's subtle things that perhaps split them. The bull that comes out of the first class is very attractive up through that front 1/3, and that's maybe where his advantage is. A bull that's his neck comes out of his shoulder very correctly. Like I said, he's very sound in terms of his feet and legs and his overall structure. The red bull that comes out of the next class, his class advantage would be length of side, spring of rib, capacity. A bull that's very deep down into that heart, a bull that's got a lot of center body to him. A bull, again, they get behind him, he's got a lot of base width. He's very bold in the shape of his rib when you get behind him, the way he comes out high out of the top of his skeleton and down into his lower rib cage. Again, both of these bulls are very correct in terms of their feet and legs. Like I said, you guys be your own judges, and perhaps how you need to advance your herd, whether it's being, from a EPD standpoint or phenotype standpoint or a structure standpoint. But I think both of these bulls out here offer a lot of good, and you can go a lot of different directions. I'm going to look at them one more time. Again, pleasure to evaluate these bulls, and congratulations to these exhibitors.
Your junior Gelbvieh Bull Division 5 champion is 32-19 out of Class 12, Man O' War. Austin Matthew Teeter, Mount Ula, North Carolina. The reserve comes from Class 11, that's 32-27, over final line. Over Miller, Gelbvieh, Smith Center, Kansas. Up next, we have a single entry in a single class within the final division prior to our overall Gelbvieh Bull selection. This will be Class 14, 2-year-old Gelbvieh Bull. The single entry is 32-20. This will also be your Division 7, Class 15 champion. Judge once again, Kyle Perez from Vista, New Mexico.
Single entry red bull in the senior division. Again, a bull that offers a lot of performance, a lot of length of side. He's very muscular in terms of his shape and his top, a lot of stifle and hip in this bull, a lot of base width. Perhaps as he goes, maybe like to see him flex a little better off them hind two, but certainly a long-sided bull that's packed full of meat and muscle.
Here's results on Class 14, 2-year-old Gelbvieh Bull and your 2-year-old Gelbvieh Bull Division Champion, first and champion, 32-20, Strut. Sievertson Land and Cattle, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. Up next, we'll bring back our Division Champion in reserves. This will be your overall Gelbvieh Bull selection. We'll also be announcing the Premier Breeder, Premier Exhibitor Awards, and then we'll have group classes yet to go here at the Gelbvieh show. So in this final drive, we have our champ reserves from each of our divisions. Spring Gelbvieh Bull Calf champion was 32-61. Guilt Trip, Royal Western, Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. The reserve from that division was 32-62. Grand Plan, Royal Western, Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. The second division was the winner Gelbvieh Bull Calf. Your champion was 32-43. Grand Entry, Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. The reserve was 32-47. Gunner, McCarty Cattle Company, Rifle, Colorado. Next division was Division 3, Senior Gelbvieh Bull Calf. Your champion was 32-32. Prohart Greg, Bianca Benning, McDonald, Kansas. The reserve from that same division, 32-34. Looks like Ed. Jasmine Benning, McDonald, Kansas. Division 4 Intermediate Gelbvieh Bull Champion was 32-31. That is Sustainable Judd Ranch Incorporated, Pomona, Kansas. Division 5 Junior Gelbvieh Bull Champion 32-19. Man of War, Austin Matthew Teeter, Mount Ula, North Carolina. The reserve in that division, 32-27. Over final line, over Miller Gelbvieh, Smith Center, Kansas. In that last Division 7, your 2-year-old Gelbvieh Bull champion was 32-20. Strut, Severson Land and Cattle, Red Deer County, Alberta, Canada. This is your overall Gelbvieh Bull selection. Judge once again graduated from Kansas State University, grew up on a registered Hereford and commercial cow-calf operation. Currently ranches with his family in NWSS, New Mexico. They run a registered Hereford and Angus operation along with running a commercial cow herd and recipient calf raiser program. It's Kyle Perez. His favorite part about the livestock industry is the people and the ability of producers to continue to improve the quality of cattle. His wife is Tanya. He's blessed with 2 kids, Peyton and Libby Perez. Our judge once again, Kyle Perez, NWSS, New Mexico.
Well, folks, I know it's been a long day. I've tried to move through these cattle as good as possibly can in terms of pace, but with that, you got a lot of divisions, a lot of class breaks, and then basically 2 shows on top of it. But I appreciate the effectiveness that we've moved through these cattle, and with that, I'd like to thank everybody behind the scenes, from the board of directors that potentially put my name in the hat for this opportunity. Again, the National Western Stock Show, you certainly showcase a great event here for breeders all across the country to come and exhibit their cattle, and then the National Western Stock Show wouldn't happen without the exhibitors behind the scenes, because there's not one thing about this, it's cheap to do it. I get it. Our family's no different than anybody else's. Our whole income is derived from a mama cow and what she produces. And, everybody asks me back home, and, a lot of our commercial producers that buy our bulls and stuff, some of them question why we come to the Denver Stock Show. And I say this, it's one thing. To me, it's it's an advantage and ability to be competitive, and I think that's what we all strive for deep down, is to be competitive. It's by nature that we're competitive people. And with that, we come to the stock show, we invest money to do what? To get amongst our family of our particular breed or the cattle business. And there's not any better people in the world, in my opinion, than livestock people and people associated with this business, because they're truly the salt of the earth. People have been on their land or their operations for generations and generations, and people are tough. They handle droughts, they handle blizzards, the floods, tornadoes. They withstand it all, and they do it because they got big hearts, because they believe in the people themselves, and more importantly, they believe in the livestock business and these cattle. So with that, it's truly blessed to be honored to be out here and evaluate a national show at the National Western. I don't take it lightly, because I understand what it takes to get to one of these, from breeding the cattle to exhibiting them, and then what you got to do from that point on in terms of sales and semen sales and overall production. As you evaluate the bulls that we have in front of us here today, I'm really pleased, from the bull calves all the way to the end. I think you got cattle that have some true value in them, cattle that are sound in terms of structure. And as we worked our way through the female shows, you see that was important to me. In our bull sale back home, granted, we have the genomic EPDs and then enhanced performance data and the scan data and all the above, but the bottom line into it is our commercial producers back home are probably no different in a lot of years. They got to buy, they're wanting there to be there to buy a good bull. Number one, they're looking for a good animal, so I always start there. And to me, a bull that's going to stick around and last a long time is sound structured. So I try to do that all day, is to keep feet and legs and foot shape in the forefront. I like cattle with some rib and some body and some spring of rib to them, and I like them to look good from the side, but yet have some mass and power when you get behind them. And the bull calves, as you work your way through, certainly are shaped well, they're balanced up well, they're good in terms of their structure. Perhaps a black bull, like I said, maybe tone him down a little bit in frame size and give him a little more body, but certainly there's a strong top bull that's extended and very well built. We get into a fall division here that was a little weaker, a bull that certainly got some length aside, but we'd like to give him more substance and more structure in that calf. And then we get into some really beef bulls, and the bull that comes in out of this next division, I guess he's an August. Realistically, potentially there's a fall bull there as well, but a bull that's very good in terms of his feet and leg structure, a bull that's very correct in rib shape and depth of flank and overall substance. We get into our yearling bull, and again, a very competitive division, but a bull I just really liked in terms of his length of side, his length of front end, his length of hip, his spring of rib, his depth of flank, his correctness of structure, just a really good individual. And then we round out the drive with a senior bull, again, one packed with meat and muscle. Again, maybe like to change him off his hind two if we could. But again, the reserve divisions are awfully impressive as well, but there's some cattle out here that suit me very well. I'm going to go get you a champion and reserve champion bull here today. Again, it's been my pleasure to evaluate your show. Everybody have safe travels home, and thank you for being great Americans. Again, thank you. It's been an honor.
How about a hand for our judge, Kyle Perez of Narra Vista, New Mexico, as well. Overall Gelbvieh Bull champion for the 2020 National Western Stock Show is 32-19 out of the Junior Bull Division. That is Man of War, Austin Matthew Teeter, Mount Ula, North Carolina.
As we brought that reserve division in, again, like I said, in class, and then that particular division is super competitive. You know, to me, it really comes down to these two bulls here directly in front of me. But again, just very impressed with that trio of bulls, how stout they were, how massive design they were, and their overall dimension. I'm going to look at these bulls one more time, but again, it's been an honor and been a privilege.
And the reserve for that division is 3227 that's being considered for reserve grand. And your reserve overall Gelbvieh bull comes from the same division as your grand. That's 3227. And that would be over final line. Over Miller, Gelbvieh, Smith Center, Kansas. We still have the Premier Breeder, Premier Exhibitor Awards to announce, and we still have group classes. Group classes will be coming in the ring next. Huge thanks to our judge once again, Kyle Perez of Nueva Vista, New Mexico. Pleasure working with you again this year, sir. Still have group classes though to round out our show, so stay tuned. There are no